Love that music. You know, Pam, if you can dance and be free and not be embarrassed, you can rule the world.
I'm working on it.
Well, here we are. Hi, I'm Susan Daigle, and I will be a volunteer co-host for today's summit. I am really excited. An undertaking like this always seems impossible until it's done.
And hi, I'm Pam Butler. I will be volunteer co-host with Susan for today's summit. I think planning for this summit has shown there are no problems we cannot solve together and very few we can solve by ourselves.
I agree. Let's give our audience a quick overview of what to look forward to in the next 4 hours.
Well, as you can see on the slide, it's jam-packed. First, we'll have a PowerPoint of volunteers across the state, a welcome and overview by Bobby and Denise, a Senior Planet overview, and then more by Senior Planet, a session on protecting personal information, followed by a lunch break with some videos of AARP activities, a second session by Senior Planet on the basics of cloud storage. We'll have an afternoon break with another video, a panel of AARP staff discussing what's next for us, and finally, we conclude with a wrap-up, next steps, and some questions and answers.
It's a busy day. You know, Oliver Wendell Holmes said that many ideas grow better when transplanted into another mind than the one they sprang up in.
And that's why throughout the day, we will offer virtual polls and chat for questions, comments, and feedback. The entire presentation, by the way, is also being recorded for future viewing. So don't be intimidated by what you don't know. That can be your greatest strength and ensure you do things differently from everybody else.
Well, you know, looking back on the past few years, the power of one, when it is valiant and focused, is formidable, but the power of many working together is better. The following pictures of AARP teams at work across the state illustrate this truth.
Good morning, Bobby.
Good morning, Denise. And good morning to everyone else. Thank all of you for joining us this morning. And just so you know, a lot of energy went into the planning for this virtual event. And there are a lot of people, our volunteers, to thank for that. But first things first, I'm Bobby Savoy. And for those of you that know who I am, I'm AARP Louisiana State President. And like many of you out there in our virtual world this morning, I'm a volunteer. So the video, what a great video. Whoever put that together did a good job. Wonderful, inspirational, our volunteers in action. And so as a volunteer with our Louisiana State Office, I've been volunteering for somewhere between 10 and 15 years, and I'm not exactly sure. I haven't been keeping track or count. And I guess that's how it is when you like what you do and you feel like you can contribute. And AARP gives you the opportunity to pick your passion. My first introduction to AARP was a mail out from the state office to attend a meeting to see if I, along with about 100 plus other potential volunteers, might have an interest in volunteering. I really didn't get much from that meeting, and it was about or so later before I became engaged with AARP. First, volunteering with AARP Advocacy, and I'll let Andrew a little bit more about Advocacy, those details later in the program. And I volunteered there for probably 4 to 5 years. And it was there that I met other volunteers who are still volunteering today and who I consider as friends. That's the thing about volunteering with AARP. It's the camaraderie, the fellowship, the friendship that you develop when working toward a common goal. Then I took a break for a year or two, then the flood, then the position of state president became vacant. I applied, and the rest is history. This year will complete my 6th and final year as your state president, and that position will be available again at the end of the year with selection hopefully beginning in January. Since December 2022 marks the end of my contract. So I like to think that the reason I became involved in our advocacy efforts, at least in the beginning, is because I wanted to be able to give a voice to those who thought they had no voice, and also to be helpful, both our programs, the members that we serve, as well as the age 50 plus, whether a member or not. I hope that that same spirit carried over into the state presidency. And I think in the last 6 years, we've done some great things. And if you could take a minute and examine that video, look at it again, you'll see all of the things that we've been involved in. And, it's hard for people to understand that we do so many things and we continue to do great things. And this virtual summit is an example of some of the things that we do. And we're able to do that because of our dedicated volunteers. And my comments in the beginning were that it takes a lot of volunteers to put a program like this together. Most of us just click on the computer or the cell phone and we show up, but there's a lot of planning prior to and behind the scenes. And to all of you, my friends, I cannot thank you enough for your support during my term as state president. Denise, that's my story. And back to you.
Thank you so much, Bobby. You said it. I want to say it again. We simply cannot do what we do without our volunteers. You are the reason that we're able to do advocacy and outreach across the state and in local communities, your communities. And so this summit will hopefully prepare you, will equip you a little bit better to be able to continue that work. And we've got an all-volunteer team who designed this summit to help inspire you to take your volunteer service to the next level. COVID interrupted and disrupted our stuff in community, right? I mean, we had to shut it down. Guess what? We're back, and we want to come back bigger and stronger than ever before. I'd like to give a huge shout out to our Volunteer Summit planning team. That's Pam Butler, Alice Blackburn, Susan Daigle, Janice Gilbo, Natalie Mason, Emma Shepard, and you, Bobby. Thank you so much for planning and putting together our very first Volunteer Summit. I hope this becomes an annual event, and I hope that next year we can do it in person. Wouldn't that be great? We have an action-packed agenda for you guys, and it's full of workshops and fun videos, and of course, you'll get to see some familiar faces from our state team. They'll join us to talk to you about how they're using volunteers in their work and what we're planning for 2023 and how you can help advance our work across the state. So right now, I want to turn our attention to this new tool that we have since we're all virtual, and it's called Menti. And this is a survey tool that we use to get your input and feedback. It's just a fun and engaging way to do that. So I want everyone to get out their phones. I'm looking for mine right now. And you see that code on the bottom of your screen. That's called a QR code. And you scan that code by using your cell phone camera. So on your cell phone, choose camera, okay? And then you're gonna hold your camera up to the screen. See what I'm doing? You'll hold your camera up to the screen and it literally will find that QR code. You're gonna press on that code that's highlighted and it should take you straight to the screen. And you should see, it says, we want to hear from you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so if you are there now, Bobby, do you have it up on your phone? Yes, he says yes. All right, so I think we're going to do a poll. Okay, good. All right, so let's test this out. Why do you love AARP? And you see on your phone, it says enter a word. So everybody enter a word or a phrase. I just did mine. I'm going to press submit and let's see. Oh, look at this. It's already starting to come up on the screen. Helping people, interesting, fun, community support. I'm gonna put in another one because let's see. It's informative, advocacy, family. You guys are my family. So, I mean, you're part of my big family. Fun. Advocates for age 50. Camaraderie. I love it. Engagement. All right. You guys are good at this. Education. Strength. I love it. All right, here's another one. Are you familiar with the volunteer portal? And
cool.
Let's see, I'm going to put in, I'm not good on the volunteer portal, but I'm familiar with it.
That's a step.
It is a step in the right direction. That's right. So we have a lot of people saying they are familiar with the volunteer portal. Very good. Maybe. That might have been should have been my answer. Maybe I'm familiar with it. I haven't been on it in a while. Oh, now here's where the rubber meets the road. How often do you access the volunteer portal? So we have daily, weekly, bi-weekly, monthly, a few times a year, never.
Another suggestion could have been as needed.
Oh, that's true. As needed, right? Yep. Oh, we're getting some honest answers here, Bobby.
Uh-huh.
Weekly. Wow, we have 5 saying that they go on there weekly. That's pretty good. That's surprise. 6 now. That's awesome. All right. What do you expect to learn from the summit? And here, you're going to enter a word. So what do you expect to learn from the summit? I guess people are thinking. Or what do you hope to learn from the summit? New things. Absolutely. Education. Volunteer opportunities. I tell you what I'm hoping to learn. I'm hoping to learn some new computer skills. New ways to volunteer. Processes, people, education, storage, the cloud, better communication, online, information about the cloud storage. Yes, I'm looking forward to that too. I do have a lot of questions about the cloud. Bobby, do you use the cloud?
Well, probably not on purpose, but I exceeded my free cloud storage, so I had to pay for more storage, but I don't know how to get there.
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
I know. I always get the prompt on my phone about getting more storage. All right.
Yeah.
And our final question, I hope everyone unanimously answers this. But are you ready to get back to volunteering in person? Are you ready?
Yes, I'm ready. I am ready.
I'm ready too, Bobby. Although virtual has been very convenient.
Yeah, not the same.
It's not the same. Nope, it isn't. It isn't. Well, this has been fun. I've learned a lot from you all answering the poll, and we're going to have this throughout the summit, today's summit. So it's just fun, and I hope you have fun with it. So get out a pen and paper and your phone, keep it handy, and get ready for an action-packed day full of information and fun. And now I take it back to Pam and Susan.
Great opening, Denise.
Bree and Johnny. Maybe Bree and John, Pam and Susan.
Hey, we'll take it. Yeah, that was fun. That really was fun, and actually managed to put in the answers and get them submitted. What we're going to talk about next is the Senior Planet, and we are going to have a little summit, a little session on technology. And the only thing that is constant about technology is change.
Well, Susan, a computer once beat me at chess, but it was no match for me in kickboxing.
Yeah, good for you. Well, if you two have yet to become one with your browser software, our next session by Senior Planet will introduce you to some of the techniques that will change the definition of computer from frustration to communication.
You know, personal computers can do amazing things. While there's enormous technological capacity in a home computer that everyone can access, most of us, myself included, are clueless to find, use, and protect our data.
You're right about that. This session is going to provide you some important information about protecting your personal information. So let's get going.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you, Susan and Pam. That was a really lovely introduction. My name is Bree Clark. I'm the Director of Virtual Program Experiences at OATS. And you're also hearing OATS and Senior Planet. I'll take a moment to explain that briefly. I'm also here joined by my colleague, Johnny, and I will introduce Johnny here momentarily. We're going to provide an overview of who OATS is. And then, as was mentioned, we're going to cover a couple of our tech topics today. So I'm going to jump right in the interest of time so we can move right along to the meat of today. All right. So for those who are unfamiliar, OATS is the most recent charitable affiliate of AARP, which means we are a part of the family now. And it's so wonderful to see the video that was shared earlier. Being connected to the work that AARP is doing has been a really wonderful part of joining. But to back things up, OATS started in 2004. We stand for Older Adults Technology Services. We had humble beginnings starting in New York City, and we quickly scaled the model, if you will, over the next decade. And so our vision really increased. We ended up in 5 states total, 4 more outside of New York, and we have 3 Senior Planet centers, or dedicated centers for technology and design for seniors. And so we're really proud of those spaces. And so while 2020 was a very scary time for all of us, in many ways, the Senior Planet virtual programming really exploded. It provided a way for people to connect and really learn in an otherwise really uncertain time. And so 2021 is when we finally became a charitable affiliate, and it's been a pleasure so far. But I want to talk a little bit more about OATS and Senior Planet. OATS is the nonprofit. Johnny and myself, we are OATS employees, and it's a social impact nonprofit organization with the mission to harness technology to change the way we age. So for us, technology is a powerful tool that can open up possibilities. For us, it's really not about the technology, it's about what you can do with the technology. And so when it comes to Senior Planet, it's the flagship program for OATS. It's designed for people 60 and older. And then as an affiliate of AARP, we of course welcome anyone 50 and older to join us. We now offer both in-person and online classes, and they're intended to help you build technology skills to improve your health, save money, make new friends, and thrive in today's digital world. So as you can see on your screen there, our Senior Planet mantra is aging with attitude. And that's a theme that's throughout all of our programming, and it really kind of underscores the overall ethos of what we do. The Senior Planet training model is that programs are designed with and for older adults. We focus on mainstream devices and applications, and we design intentionally against ageism. We think that's a critical part of the work that we do. And overall, we're aging optimists. We don't try to gloss over the realities of aging, but we think it's something to be celebrated. And so that really underscores a lot that we do. So our work touches on one or more of these 5 impact areas that you see on your screen. Through health, we have a morning stretch class. At some point, I think we had over 700 participants on a daily basis. And so this has become a real community for folks who are connecting and using the technology at their hands to stay well. Through social engagement, one example, we have several weekly discussion groups. We have a book club. We have ways for people to stay connected online through their interests and in person as well. Through creativity, we try to foster a community of creatives and constantly highlighting older artists in the community and touching on online creative tools like Canva. If you've not heard of Canva, it's a great resource. Through financial security, this is something we've been pretty focused on for a long time by partnering with financial institutions. And recently our work with Google and the AARP Foundation has given us the resources to teach people financial literacy tools and for those that are looking to get back into work. So it's been a critical part of our work. And lastly, advocacy, which is no stranger to AARP. We help participants learn about online advocacy tools. And they're intended to help people, empower them to raise their voices online and in their communities. So sometimes this means learning how to use something like Twitter. You might not think of social media as being so critical to advocacy, but in many ways it can be a powerful tool. All right, so if my tech complies with me, I'd like to show you a brief video. It's really, you can hear from me all day, but it's really more powerful to hear from a participant. So this is Jolyn Bailey. Jolyn lives in Hilton, Texas, a small town outside of Waco. And this is a personal story about finding Senior Planet and combating social isolation during the pandemic.
I'm a retired teacher. I taught school for some total of 34 years, and primarily I taught math. I could go online and check my email, or if I wanted to look up something, I would Google it. But in my personal life, for spending any of my time, I really didn't consider tech to be something that I wanted to spend it on. Senior Planet gave me the key to the door. Literally, it showed me the value of an internet connection, the value of creating a community and creating activities for yourself online. Because I was learning something, I was doing something. It's like I mattered. It's not just checking your email, checking the news, and checking Facebook. There's more to the computer, and there's more to the online community than that. I don't think I could have made it through the pandemic healthy and mentally, physically sound without Senior Planet.
Excellent. And so Jolyn is not alone, right? Many have benefited from Senior Planet virtual programming since we pivoted in March 2020. And so I just briefly want to show you some of the outcomes of, what we've done and just really when it comes down to it, why we see technology as a tool for greater purposes. So 75% have reported feeling more confident connecting socially online. 83% feel better equipped to find resources. 71% feel less alone, and 82% feel more connected. All right, so before we move on, I did want to highlight, I mentioned we have in-person locations, and I know some of you have family and connections throughout the country, so I'd be remiss if I didn't quickly highlight where those are. These locations either have a Senior Planet Center or they have a partner network where we deliver programs. Johnny here with me today hails from San Antonio, which is a really powerful, Senior Planet footprint that relies on partnerships. And so, it's really critical to what we do in person as well. All right, so before we kind of move on to the content, I just want to make sure I leave you with some takeaways from this overview. Whether you yourself are interested in Senior Planet, participating and being able to take online classes, sort of like the ones you'll see today and experience, please go to seniorplanet.org or share this with others. We host programs on Zoom meeting and we explore popular tech topics. The programs are intentionally engaging and supportive. We're all about setting a learning environment. So you can go to Senior Planet, you can sign up for a newsletter to receive the weekly offerings. There's articles, we've got a tech hotline. You'll see that on your screen here. So if you have a tech question, we have a team of agents who help folks with all the tech issues we run into, right? This is a universal experience. So please jot that down if it's a resource you think you would benefit from. And so today we are actually going to offer an abridged version of two topics, protecting your personal info online and cloud storage. And so since this is live stream, there will be some limitations to how we can interact, but I'm confident that you are still going to get a lot out of today. And if you know everything we're going to talk about today, share that information with others. That's not necessarily the case for all of us. A lot of us need some of this foundational information. So I'm happy to move into the next topic unless we're going to transition. All right. All right, great. I'm going to take that as we should hop right in. Someone stop me if we shouldn't. Okay, great. So I'm going to reshare my screen here. So while I do that, I'd love for my colleague Johnny here to introduce himself and, tell a little about yourself, Johnny.
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Johnny Hernandez. And as Bree said, I am joining you from Senior Planet San Antonio. And one thing I can say about what Senior Planet has done for San Antonio is that we have a lot of folks living in underserved neighborhoods, a lot of folks who are in dire need of internet connection, devices, learning how to use those devices. And so we've been able to help lots of people in our communities here in San Antonio acquire that kind of stuff, through different programs that we offer. I've been with Senior Planet San Antonio since April of 2019. And as you saw in the video, as much, goodness it brings to the people that come through our programs, it brings us as trainers, us as employees of this organization, just as much goodness to know that we're helping people out, making a really big difference in their lives. I know that I come to work and leave work every day just feeling a lot better about knowing that I've made a difference in somebody's life through technology. So thank you for being here with us, and I hope that you enjoy the program.
Thank you so much, Johnny. So as you may have already seen, or may have not, Johnny is going to be monitoring the comments in YouTube. So we encourage you to share your questions there. We're going to do our best to tackle those as much as we can in the interest of time. But yeah, please use those comments as a way to engage as well. And so yes, Lauren, when you have a moment, we are ready to jump in. Excellent. All right. Okay, so there is a handout for today's program, and this topic in particular, we're going to touch on a lot of different resources. We at Senior Planet don't pretend to be the experts. We're the trusted friend, right? We know who the experts are, and in many ways, that's the ethos of what we do. So we will share resources and a handout. My understanding is those are going to get shared in a follow-up email. So stay tuned for that. If you have a piece of paper, you might want to jot down some notes in the meantime, so you can follow along. So we're going to walk through the things you see on your screen. We're going to focus on privacy and online safety related to these topics. So the things we'll walk through: strong passwords. Passwords are so irritating, right? We'll talk about some key tips: spam, phishing, safe online shopping, and we'll conclude with some social media tips. All right. So experts used to say that you needed to make your passwords as complicated as possible, right? And that was in order to make them, less vulnerable to being hacked or, guessed, heaven forbid. But now they say length is actually more important. So you may have noticed your accounts when you go to sign up for an account, like an online banking account, or maybe setting up an email account. You may have noticed those accounts are prompting you to set up a minimum length of characters. And if you're like me, you're like, 16 characters? That's a lot of letters and numbers and symbols. But that is intended to protect you. So many accounts require 4 character conventions, right? At least one uppercase, at least one lowercase, at least one symbol, at least one number. It can start to feel a little, annoying. So you may opt for something that isn't terribly creative, right? Unfortunately, that can end up, open yourself up to vulnerability. So what we recommend folks to do is to have some of these things we're going to go over as ways to not get burned out by the passwords that we all have to stay on top of. So while passwords are a source of frustration for many of us, especially if you're someone who's concerned about memorizing your passwords, the reality is no one can keep track of all their passwords in their head. What's important is that you come up with a system that works best for you. Everyone has to change their passwords at times, right? That's a universal experience. And so you need a system that keeps yourself both secure and sane, right? You want to stay sane in this process. While many of us may turn to writing down passwords, it's really important that you keep that, whatever you're using to write down passwords in a safe place, preferably away from your computer. Okay. So on your screen here, you will see some of the methods that can make your passwords more memorable. So if you are trying to create conventions for yourself, one thing you can do is to take a meaningful phrase and substitute the letters and numbers so that it becomes more secure. So you see some examples on your screen. Let's take a look at try better, fail better. If you want to share in the comments, what are some of the things we could do to try better, fail better that would make that password stronger? And I'll give folks a minute to respond and I'll circle back. One thing that might be of interest to folks, NordPass, which is actually a password management software, they create a list of the most popular bad passwords every year. All right. So can folks guess what those bad passwords might be? They might be ones you've used yourself. No shame. So if you want to share that in the comments as well. Great. So we'll circle back to that. Please feel free to add your feedback there. And then that resource that I just alluded to, NordPass, is going to be shared in the follow-up. All right. Oh, my slides got away from me. Apologies. Okay, let's talk about spam. Spam is simply unwanted junk email sent by strangers. It's basically the email equivalent to the weekly circulars that you get, the advertisements you get in your mailbox that you didn't sign up for, you didn't ask for. It's mostly a nuisance, right? And we're going to talk about the difference between nuisances and things that are more malicious in nature. Okay. So I'm also curious if folks want to share about how many spam messages on average do you think you're receiving in your email inbox? Maybe like on a weekly basis, if you were to estimate. So unfortunately, spam is the reality of using an email address. Many say, what am I doing wrong to receive so much spam? The reality is it is the case. Like when you use an email address and you share it, you will receive spam. Managing that spam is the critical part. All right. So of the listed options you see here on your screen, you can choose to ignore it. You can choose to delete it. And then your third option here, marking spam or marking an email as spam or junk. That option, that last option, is really the best thing you can do. When you mark an email as spam or junk, this communicates to your email provider, I don't want emails from the sender or emails that look like this. Okay, so it helps block future similar messages. So on your screen, you'll see an example of what that might look like. Depending on the type of email inbox you're using, Gmail versus Yahoo, it will depend on what it's called. So junk or spam. So you should see that option listed amongst other options. You'll see that, when you go to delete an email, it should be around the same place. All right, and I see the pull out there about how many emails, spam emails. Yeah, it's true. I mean, especially if you're someone who's putting their email in a lot of locations, maybe you've signed up for a lot of different subscriptions, it's very possible to quickly end up with a lot of spam. Warren mentioned 50 to 75 a day. Yeah. So the key is managing that spam. Okay. Let me talk about some other tips that we typically get questions about. And so hopefully that'll help you feel a little more armed with the things you can do to protect yourself, or really to protect your time, your sanity. So you might feel compelled to do this, but it's really important that you never reply or threaten spammers, right? Take me off your list, get rid of me, Honestly, when you do this, you actually can indicate that you have an active email address and you might receive more spam as a result. All right. Spam is usually trying to get you to buy something. And so they're not making a personal attempt to reach out to you. You're on a list of many, many, many emails. So really, it's best you don't reply. A lot of folks will ask, well, what about unsubscribing, right? You can unsubscribe from the spam email. Again, if it's not a newsletter or subscription that you actually signed up for, if you go to click on unsubscribe in that email, you might again indicate that you're an active email address and it's monitored, and that could cause you to receive more spam. So really be thoughtful about using that unsubscribe option. That's a more appropriate option if, say, you signed up for the Alumni Association of a university you went to and you're kind of sick of the emails. That would be a more appropriate time to unsubscribe versus unsubscribing from something that you have no recollection of signing up for. Okay. As a general rule, never click on links in a suspicious email, right? We'll talk about that more in a second. And then many people, just as a tip, many people use a secondary email for shopping, for signing up for newsletters. You know, when you go to checkout and they're like, do you want to be a part of our rewards? You know, you might choose an email address that you don't use with friends and family. So all the junk can go to one email inbox and you don't have to worry about the management of it all. So just a tip to consider. Lastly, you may be aware of this, some may not be. It's important that you do periodically check your spam folder to make sure that emails that you did want to see didn't accidentally land in your junk or your spam folder. This is really important and critical if you're job searching, you're applying for a volunteer opportunity, you're doing something where you're corresponding with someone for the first time over email. It would be really important to make sure that just in case something didn't land in your spam or junk. All right, I'm gonna take a pause there. And Johnny, are there any questions? I see a couple coming through.
Yeah,
questions?
we do have a good question here from Carol D. Broussard. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. I always try my best. How can you eliminate your information from sites like White Pages and Spoke.io?
Spoke.io, yeah. That's a really good question. I'm actually not super knowledgeable on that. My understanding is that is a service you have to pay for. And if someone knows otherwise, please let us know in the comments. Anytime something's public information, it's very difficult to get rid of it. So I know that there are ways to do it. And I want to say that it does cost money.
And then Warren did mention and sort of reiterated that, yeah, unsubscribing, the unsubscribe button can cause more of those spam emails to come through. So as Bree was saying, unless it's like, I had to do this once with Target, you know, we opened up an online Target account that we no longer have, but I still get, you know, constant emails about sales and ads and this and that. And we know Target is a place you can actually walk into, you know, it's safe. So unsubscribing to something like that did work. And I no longer, you know, get Target emails. But yes, don't do it if it's from a suspected spam sender.
Yeah.
Yeah. And other than that, there was just some funny guilty confessions of passwords. Somebody wrote their first and last name as a password, the word password as a password, and then of course the series of numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, and I believe
Classic.
those are all high ranking on the NordPass, list. The thing that a lot of us run into is that we know it's an unsecure password, but we're just trying to quickly reset one. Oh, well, I'll reset it later. That's where we start to run into issues, right? Future self thinking you're going to do something more secure. And so really it's about creating a habit for yourself. And I am preaching to myself. This is a universal experience. So it really is critical. The other thing sometimes people don't consider is they don't set a strong password for an account that maybe they don't feel like they're really sharing that much personal information. Maybe you really didn't use it to purchase anything, so your credit card number wasn't being used. It's really important anytime you have a password linked to your email address and your name and anything else that you set it as securely as possible. Okay. What about password managers? This is a personal preference. We encourage people to use a solution that works best for them. I personally use a password manager and really benefit from using one. It helps me have to remember just one password to get into my password manager. But for that same reason, sometimes that makes people nervous, right? So you have to do what's comfortable for you. Password managers are safe if you use them properly. The password manager password needs to be very secure. So, and then I think the one you're referring to, Bill, might be when you have it plugged into your browser and it suggests a secure password for you. Those are automatically generated. So it is secure, again, if you're using it securely. If you're using it on a browser with an account, say Google Chrome, your Gmail password needs to be secure. The password to your computer needs to be secure. So anytime you're using a technology solution, you want to make sure that whatever you're using to access that technology is also being kept secure. Okay. It'd be like the same thing as writing all your passwords in a notebook and then just leaving it open by your computer, right? You want to make sure that's stored securely and there's a safe way to get into that or to not. All right, great. So we're going to move on. Please continue to share your questions. These are all great so far. So let's talk about phishing, the not so fun phishing, right? With a PH. So phishing is an attempt at identity theft by email, website, or text message, right? And now we have to throw text message in there because we all know you're getting text messages pretty regularly with phishing attempts. Now, this has decreased. A lot of the providers have really stepped up. It's a congressional level irritation. So there's been a lot of intervention to decrease these instances. But I'm sure many of you here have experienced, what looks like a FedEx package, right? That was shipped to you, a notification on your phone. What you usually will see there is a link, right? So phishing attempts often try to mimic emails, texts, phone calls of legitimate businesses or financial institutions. Okay. With email, it can be a little tricky, right? And we're going to show an example here in a second. But the thing to keep in mind is attaining your personal information is the goal, right? That's the goal of a phishing attempt. We talked about spam earlier. Spam is usually they want to sell you something. Sometimes it can feel nefarious. Phishing, they want your personal information. It's an actually malicious attempt to take your personal information. Okay. So usually you'll be prompted to open a link, download an attachment, maybe even call a phone number, right? If you or someone you know has experienced a phishing attempt, you probably know just how easily this can happen. And this is no cause for shame. These are people who were preying on our very humanity to get our personal information, right? And so it's really important to share these instances with others so that we can all better arm ourselves and look out for these attempts. My family system here, we're always screenshotting new things and sending them to each other like, hey, be on the lookout for this. If you can anticipate what things might look like, when you experience it, it doesn't feel like as alarming and as confusing, right? So it's really important that we share these instances with others. It can feel shameful, but it really isn't, right? We're all susceptible to falling for something like this. Okay, so let's talk about, I really got to stop using my trackpad. Okay. All right, so let's talk about the telltale signs of phishing. All right. So when you're trying to assess for whether something's phishing, right, you get something a little strange. These are some of the things you can kind of walk through mentally, maybe even write them down, right? There's no harm in doing that, especially if you're a little scared, right? It's trying to scare you into doing something. Having something written down can help you walk through those steps. So the first thing is weird links. Now, depending on the device you're on, this might or might not be helpful to you. But if you're on a desktop or laptop, you can hover your cursor over a link for a few seconds, and this will actually show you an email address. So what can happen is an email you receive might say www.fedex.com. I'm just making this up. But if you were to hover your mouse over the link, you might see that if you were to click on that, it's actually taking you to a completely different website. Okay. Now, I say this, be cautious about using that type of curiosity. I usually just try to not even mess with something like that. You want to avoid clicking or tapping on any suspicious links. Okay. Requests for your personal information. Now, many financial institutions, government agencies, any place where your personal information is, required for your interactions, they already have your personal information, okay? If they're emailing you and asking for it, that should be a red flag. Now, there are instances throughout the year, taxes, there's so many things we do where we might have to confirm our personal information, but usually that's as a result of an action you're taking and not it being solicited from you via email. Okay, so that's the main difference. Your bank shouldn't be emailing you, asking you for your social security number, for instance, right? That should set off a red flag. Many institutions now, if you use online banking, they won't even include links in your email now. They'll actually prompt you to log into your account yourself, right? And that can help sort of arm you with that next step of, I don't even have to worry about clicking on links in my email. Okay. So thank you, Johnny, for doing that. Yeah, please let us know in the chat. Tell us about an experience where you maybe have experienced phishing yourself. Really, it is important that we share these experiences so that we can be better prepared. All right, the other things to keep in mind, a sense of urgency. Okay, we'll look at what that might look like here in a second. But usually a phishing attempt needs it right away, right? And there's usually some sort of punishment or some sort of fine or sometimes it's extreme jail time, right? You haven't paid this parking ticket, so you're going to go to jail. That should be cause for alarm, right? Sense of urgency should be cause for alarm. And when I say alarm, I mean something's not right. It should set off a red flag. Something's not right about this email. The last two things, obvious typos and errors. Any legitimate communication from a bank or company will be prepared, reviewed, edited by professional copywriters. It's not to say there might be occasional typo here and there, but a phishing attempt, they're pushing something out as quickly as possible to see who will bite. Okay, so sometimes it can look sophisticated, and a lot of times there's usually obvious typos and errors. The last thing here is a generic salutation and signature. Your bank and any other agency you might come in contact with, or frankly, someone who it looks like an email address of someone you might know, right? Maybe they've mimicked an email address and slightly changed things. They should be greeting you by name, right? They shouldn't be saying something generic like, hello, customer, right? That should be cause for concern. All right. So, Johnny, do you want to highlight some of the things people are sharing in the chat?
Yeah, let me see.
Oh,
I know, that's okay. Let's see. Beverly says, once received an email alert that I had purchased a new cell phone and they needed to confirm my email, my mailing address. Yeah, that's definitely a no-no. Oh, let me go back. Here we go. I actually got the local police involved and they were helpful. Good. And let's see. Somebody else wrote, they received a communication. We say communication because it could be text, email, or what have you. Where they were told they won $1,000 and they needed to respond right away. Usually, it's going to tell you click on this to get this award or reward. Or, you have been selected to receive ... Yeah, we see a lot of those as well. Definitely. Let me hide my. And what else? Phone messages saying we are the Social Security Administration Office. A letter that says I won from PHC, different things. Yeah, just people claiming to be this or that. And we know that the IRS will not call you. They'll send you a letter in the mail, I think, is the only way they communicate with you.
No, that's a really good tip. Yeah, any agency, the IRS, the Social Security Administration, they're going to send you mail.
I have a quick experience. This was not even too long ago, and I'm like, it does make you feel a little shameful when you become a victim of it because you should know this. And it was prior to my work here with Senior Planet. I will admit it was maybe about 5 years ago, but I was working for a food delivery service here in town, and just on the side, and I got a call. First, I got an order that was immediately canceled due to, I guess, the customer had a problem with their credit card. Seconds later, I get a call from somebody claiming to be, a manager, customer support from that food delivery company, saying that they needed, that the customer had ordered from a restaurant, but they were using a fraudulent credit card, or they're trying to create a fraudulent order. And so, it sounded very believable. They asked me for my app password to get into my account so that they can, adjust it and give me the money I earned for at least going to the restaurant before it got canceled, this and that. I gave them the information they needed. Next thing I know, they had taken all of my earnings from that evening from when I first started. It wasn't a lot of money, but it was just a few hours worth of work,
Yeah.
But yeah, and they just posed themselves as an employee of that particular company that I was working with at that time. Luckily, I did call, the company and spoke to somebody, legitimately, and they were able to reimburse me, the money that I lost in that matter. But it does make you feel, just like, oh gosh, I can't believe that happened to me,
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
we are all victims of it and can be victims of it if we're not careful.
Yeah, no, thank you for sharing that, Johnny, because I think that's a prime example of, these attempts are successful when we're off our guard, right?
Mhm.
So there's a few ways, right? Like you see examples in the chat here of positive ones, right? You will win money, respond right now. In your case, you were doing your job. You were following through on something like, oh, okay, yeah, this sounds like part of my job. I'm going to respond. You're doing your due diligence, you thought.
Exactly.
Sometimes it's trying to make you scared. So right. So there's so many ways it can play out. And the more instances we know about, the more we pause, right? And I know for me, I'm a reactor. I'm a very reactive person. So anytime something feels different, I try to put whatever I received it on, I try to put it down and walk away, right? And come back to it. Doesn't mean I'm not going to fall susceptible to things, but that's the one thing I've tried to start doing, just because it can be very easy to respond to something thinking it's legitimate, right?
Right.
So another thing to think about is if you receive an email, this happens on social media sometimes, something that looks like from someone if it feels off, trust that intuition. If something feels strange, there is nothing stopping you from reaching out to that person, maybe calling them, maybe text them saying, hey, did you send me something? Right? So implore that as part of sort of your due diligence, just so you don't feel like, okay, I'm using this technology, I just have to, react to what's being sent to me. It's really important that we maintain that intuition no matter what we're using, right? All right, so let's move on. We've got a few more things I want to cover here. Thank you everyone for sharing. This has been really, really helpful. So I'm going to quickly walk through this. Sometimes we'll work on it together, but this is an example of a phishing email, right? It's a little stripped down. Sometimes they look pretty sophisticated. But I want to highlight a few of the things that I just talked about as telltale signs, right? So I talked about a generic salutation or closing. You'll see that here. Dear my bank valued member, right? Usually it would be addressed to you if it was relevant to you. Okay. And then we see here at the bottom this link. If we look really closely, we'll see that this is not a common suffix for a website. A website should end in many things, but one of them would be .com, C-O-M. You see there's an extra letter here, C-O-M-E. Right? Another thing, and again, these things might not stick out to you, and that's okay. It's important to have multiple things we're looking for so that something will stick out to us. Another thing is this should end in HTML, not HTM, right? Something's off about this link, okay? If you have online banking, if there was something your bank needed you to take action on, you would be able to log into your banking account. You wouldn't need to click on a link sent to you, right? There would be no reason for you to do additional activities that you couldn't just do in your own online banking account. So that's another thing to keep in mind. If we look through here, we would see lots of typos, some strange sort of like phrasing, okay? The sense of urgency here, right? Account suspension. This notification expires on August 5th, right? So in general, they're trying to get you to take action quickly, okay? So I apologize we can't spend more time with this, but when you come across these examples, there is no harm in opening up the email and reading it and trying to observe, what it is that seems off. You just want to simply avoid, or you want to not at all click or tap if you're using a mobile device on the link. That's when you start to, open yourself up to possible risk. Okay, let's talk about what has become all too familiar. I've already alluded to it because it's so pervasive. That's the term smishing. Smishing is just supposed to be sort of a clever word taking phishing, which we've talked about, in SMS. So SMS stands for short message service. Most of us call that a text message. So it's combining those two words, smishing. So if that's a new word for you, you can share that. Be like, I just learned this new word, smishing. So smishing is basically a phishing attempt over text. The reason it can be even more insidious is, as you can see here on your screen, text messages don't have logos. It can be very tricky to see right away. I think Johnny's example is a really good, prime example of this, right? It can be very easy to dismiss the source of something when it's a text message because it's just text, right? So it's really critical that you carefully read a message from a phone number you don't recognize. Sometimes you'll see it's sent from a shortened phone number. So anytime something seems new or different, it's important to take a look to see, what is this really about? Okay. So a few tips. Just like email, opening and reading a smishing text is not dangerous. Okay, you can open and read it. The critical part is not tapping or replying. So not tapping on the link and opening it onto your device and not replying. I know it might be tempting to reply. Stop texting me, right? You open yourself up to more attempts when you flag yourself as an active user. Unfortunately, that's how it works. Okay. One thing you can do for those that feel comfortable doing so is you can actually forward these suspicious texts to 7726. So this is recommended by the FTC, the Federal Trade Commission. All major phone companies are offering this free texting service. So your phone company will actually respond when you forward the text and use this information to prevent further phishing attempts, right? So you're trying to flag where it's coming from and the nature of it. So it could be helpful for others and for the phone providers to be able to prevent future instances, right? So data from the FTC suggests that the U.S. consumers lost over $86 million through scam text messages in 2020. All right. So we'll share an article from AARP that goes into that information with even more detail. Okay. Lydia, that's a great question. Will blocking the call and deleting the text message help? It will remove it from your device. The thing that's kind of irritating is the phone number and the source isn't really the issue. Usually they're using some sort of software to change the phone number that they're even calling from. So if it feels good at the time, go for it. But it might be a fool's errand because they're just going to change the phone number that they're calling from. Your phone provider probably has something in place to flag spam calls. I know I use Verizon, and now calls will go straight to voicemail for me and it'll be marked as possible spam. That might be a more helpful thing to do as a filtration instead of you individually blocking and deleting. But yeah, totally up to you. Sometimes it can be annoying for it to be on your phone and you just want to get rid of it, and that's perfectly fine. Just be careful to not accidentally click on the link when you go to delete a message. Okay. So based on what we just reviewed, you see a couple of these examples on your screen. Now, some of you may be able to quickly rule something out if it doesn't apply to you, right? You might get that first text message seemingly from Amazon and think, well, I don't shop at Amazon, so this doesn't apply to me, right? But if you're someone who does shop on Amazon, you might be like, oh, they're doing a sweepstakes. Okay. The reality is Amazon's not going to do a sweepstakes. They're not going to do any kind of like raffle or anything like that. Okay. Same as the second one. Trying to scare you, right? Your browsing history showed visits to unsecure websites. Oh no. What does that mean, right? So you want to take a step back and say, how would they get my browsing history? Who's this from, right? You want to take a step back and really analyze, like, this doesn't seem right. This second message might be an instance where you share with someone, say, does this look weird to you? Like, what would this be about, right? Sometimes it's helpful to share with someone else and get that second opinion or objective feedback, right? Can feel really personal. You might be like, oh, yeah, I did go to a sketchy website. Is this what this is about? Right? So just take a step back and see if there's ways to better evaluate.
I get smishing lately from Dick's Sporting Goods store, I guess.
Oh, interesting.
Saying that I won something. And I think it's funny because I don't even, shop at sporting goods stores. I'm so like I'm not sports inclined.
So for you, you're like, yeah, doesn't apply to me. Yeah. Exactly. I used to feel that way about FedEx. I'd get a lot of FedEx ones. And I never really was ordering anything through FedEx, or that wasn't the shipping. And then one time it was such a weird coincidence. And I was like, this seems strange. And it occurred to me, like, I never get text messages for something like this. So again, it can feel really spot on, or in Johnny's case, you're like, this is
I know
just
that's not for me.
Yeah.
I've never been there.
Oh. Someone shared in our internal chat here, I've been getting these texts during the election cycle asking for money. That's a really, really important one, right? I'm not going to pretend to know all the ways in which that might take place. But when you're getting direct solicitations to click on links, 9 times out of 10, there is a place you can go to on your own, right? So even if it is legitimate, just don't click on links being texted to you. If it's, people soliciting money for their election cycles, they have a website, they have a place that you can go to on your own. All right. So even if it is legitimate, they really shouldn't be doing that. They're kind of putting people in a tricky situation. But yeah, anytime you're getting a link sent to you, you want to avoid clicking on it. Thanks for sharing that, Emma. Okay, let's move on. We got a couple more things that we want to touch on, kind of areas to think about in terms of protecting your personal information. We've been talking about shopping online. Okay, so let's talk about that. There's a couple of key tips. The most critical thing you can do when making a purchase online is ensuring you're using a secure website. So how do you do this? That sounds like a lot of work, right? The quickest way you can do that is to look for two things. One of two things, I should say. The first place you can look is the actual web address. So you see that S at the end of HTTPS? That stands for secure. Okay, so this is an indication that the website you are purchasing something is a secure website, and some of the things you see below are ways that websites secure their financial information that's received by customers. If you're on a smaller device, such as a tablet or smartphone, you may see this abbreviated with the little lock you see here on your screen, and sometimes it'll just say secure. Okay, those are all interchangeable. It just really depends on the size of your device and what they're indicating. Okay, so I'm curious if folks can share in the chat if they already knew about this, because I think more and more people are learning this. But this is a huge part of it's a big intervention that I made. I'm a big online shopper, and it's something I always look for now when I go to a website that I'm gonna give my credit card information to. Okay, so let us know in the chat if you already knew this. You're well aware. A few other tips. Many have opted to use digital wallets. So PayPal is a really popular one, Google Pay, Apple Pay. These are all pass-throughs. The intention behind these sort of digital wallets is that you are just providing your financial information to one entity that then serves as a pass-through to all the places that you choose to shop. Now, if you go to use that digital wallet, they have to accept it, right? So they have to accept PayPal or accept Apple Pay, whatever it might be. But this is something I personally opted to do. Instead of sharing my credit card number with 10 online retailers, I just share it with PayPal. And that means I have to keep my PayPal password information really secure. I have all the extra things added to it. There's something called two-factor authentication. There's all these things you can do to make sure that's really kept secure. Okay. Another thing people have started to do, virtual credit cards. Virtual credit card numbers are these randomly generated card numbers that your financial institution will make available to you. So many times you can only use it once. They're linked to your actual credit card, but instead of you providing the credit card number like listed on your card, you put in the virtual credit card and it's no longer valid after that first use. So, heaven forbid something happened to that online retailer. They get hacked, right? You've not made your information vulnerable. So it's another tip to keep in mind. So talk to your bank or credit card company and maybe see if it's being advertised to you on your online account or your mobile app. We will share a Forbes article that gives more information about how these work. One last thing you might think about is gift cards. If online shopping is intimidating to you, get a gift card, right? Once you use that gift card, you're done. You don't have to worry about your personal information being out there, other than, of course, your shipping address, which is personal. But it could be another way to kind of safeguard your information. Okay, our favorite topic, social media and privacy. So we are not going to go into tremendous detail on this. These are just some key tips. We have a whole set of lectures and workshops that take deep dives into each of these platforms. When it comes to social media, every platform is a little different, but tips for protecting yourself are pretty universal, okay? Some of these might seem like common sense, but again, when it comes to spam, when it comes to phishing attempts, we can be put off our guard very easily. So we want to use these same tips and apply them to social media. Never, ever, ever give out your social security information, bank information, or other sensitive financial information on social media. There's never a reason to do that. Okay. You want to check your privacy settings and adjust them to what you're comfortable with. Everyone's a little different. Think about the personal information your followers can see. Who can see your posts? Is it friends? Is it friends of friends? Is it anyone? It can take a while to get a handle on how that even works, right? Okay, how do I actually put that security setting in place on Facebook, right? So I don't want to gloss over it. It's not that it's super, super easy, but if you're not sure leaving today, make a note to yourself that, okay, I need to sit down and see what my security settings are on Facebook. Avoid clicking on random things such as advertisements. You might see games, and check which celebrity you look like, or comment below and see the magic, right? There's lots of gimmicky things on social media. Some of them are completely harmless, and a lot of them are attempts to get your personal information, right? So keep that in mind. You want to turn off your location sharing if you don't want the social media app to suggest places or give ads based on where you are. If that kind of gives you a weird feeling, it feels a little too personal, usually it's because your location's turned on and they're pushing out information to you based on where you are. Okay, so it might seem a little personal, but it really has more to do with your location. If you have more than one social media account, avoid linking them. The more separate you can keep your social media accounts with separate, passwords and logins, the more you're going to increase your privacy and security. If you're accessing your social media accounts on a public computer, remember to log out, right? You don't want to leave your Facebook logged in on a public computer. A lot could happen, but one of the things could happen is they could change your password, right? They're logged in depending on the account. So just keep that in mind. Use caution when public computers and wireless connections, or use caution when you're using a public computer, right? Wireless connections in airports and coffee shops, when there's not password protected Wi-Fi, you are opening yourself up to risk. Okay. So it's a good thing to keep in mind. You usually don't want to use those settings as places to, log into your financial banking institution stuff. Okay. All right, let's end today with some tips. Oh my word, I'm gonna have to get better at using this slide deck. Okay, so let's summarize what we learned today, and we walked through things really quickly. So if you're like, whew, that was a lot, go back, watch this recording. So let's review. In general, if it seems too good to be true, it probably is, okay? Take a moment to review your passwords and change the ones that seem a little weak. Okay, at the very top of today's program, we talked about ways to do that. Length is most important, right? So think about ways that you can increase the security of your passwords. Avoid giving out personal information online such that you can avoid doing so. Don't answer strange emails or texts, as tempting as it may be, right? And especially don't open those links within strange emails or texts. Choose to only shop on secure websites and when connected to a private, password-protected Wi-Fi. And then when you have a moment, review those privacy settings of your social media accounts. All right. So some final resources I will just draw your attention to. The Federal Trade Commission has online safety tips at onguard.gov. Okay, they've got some really good social media security tips there. If you believe you've been a victim of identity theft, the FTC has a great resource for reporting and recovering your information, identitytheft.gov. And I would be remiss if I did not remind us all, AARP, of course, offers resources through their Fraud Watch network. And so we'll make sure that that link is shared in addition to the other two I just mentioned.
Bria, I wanted to clear something up. There was one last comment in the live chat. gift cards, the comment was gift cards are for gifts only, not for payment. But I believe that a gift card in the form of a maybe prepaid Visa or MasterCard can be used for online payments and would be a safe way to do so, correct?
That's correct. That's correct. I think what you might be alluding to, Alfred, it's possible, is there are scams around gift cards. So if someone's asking you to provide gift card numbers to them for whatever reason, that's cause for red flag. But if you know, like, I'd really like to use Amazon and I've never used Amazon before, you could go to your local Walgreens and purchase an Amazon gift card and then go home and use that Amazon gift card, right? So it's a way to prevent having to use your credit card number. But yeah, so there's some nuance there, but definitely they can be used for payment.
Okay, and hopefully that cleared it up a little bit for Mr. Alfred Mason. Thank you for all those comments and questions. A lot of great discussion.
Yeah, thank you all so much. All right, so I did my best to breeze through. Thank you all. I know we'll be back here momentarily to talk about cloud storage, but for now, we're going to take a break.
Hello. Hi, I'm Emma Shepard, a volunteer in Shreveport, Louisiana. I hope that you enjoyed the first session, Protecting Your Personal Information. I'm normally not a betting person, but I'd be willing to bet that no one has fallen asleep so far. So I truly enjoyed the session and will definitely benefit from it. I can't wait for the next session to start, but now it's lunchtime and I don't want to stand in between you and lunch. So please get up, move around, get a bite to eat, and watch the video for your entertainment. And remember, do not log off, and we'll see you back for our next session starting at 12:05. See you then.
Welcome. I'm Angela Chalk with Healthy Community Services and 7th Ward native resident. Today, we're going to take you on a bike tour and a walking tour of the 7th Ward in Treme. So come along, get your bike ready, or if you choose, you can walk so we can show you how to safely do these things. Healthy Community Services is a nonprofit organization based in the 7th Ward, and we teach residents how to reduce flooding on their property. This is a bioswale that manages 350 gallons of water. So green infrastructure is a nature-based solution for managing water where it falls. So if you're walking or riding your bike and you need to take a break, you can do it here under this solar-powered weather station. And while you're at it, you can charge your cell phone. Come along with me on the new bike routes that Moving New Orleans has put together for your biking and walking safety. Let's get started, y'all. We're here at the Buttermilk Drop on St. Bernard and Ardurgeois. So, Mr. Sidney, thank you for meeting with me. I was just riding by and decided to stop in.
Thank you.
Yeah. So tell me about the Buttermilk Drop. How long has it been here?
Well, we were established in 2008 for the most part. We've been here quite a few years now. So we had donuts, we had breakfast, and lately we've opened up a chicken and waffles where we serve breakfast. We separate the breakfast from the donuts.
Okay. And so because it's named the Buttermilk Drop, I'm gonna take it that the Buttermilk Drop is the signature donut?
Yes, Buttermilk Drops are our signature donuts.
So as folks are riding along the St. Bernard corridor, they can riding their bikes along the St. Bernard corridor or just walking by because it's a neighborhood place, they can just stop into the Buttermilk Drop.
Yes, ma'am. We open at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Woo, 6 o'clock in the morning. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sidney. Come on, let's go in for some Buttermilk Drops. Royce, thank you for being here this morning with me at the Old Road Coffee House. Why don't you introduce yourself for the folks who don't know you? I don't know who doesn't know you.
My name is Royce Duplessis, and I serve as a state representative for District 93, which includes where we are right now in the historic 6th Ward Esplanade Ridge area, so Treme, as some may call it.
You are working on us having livable communities, walkable and bikeable. And for those folks who don't know what walkable and bikeable is, that's where we coexist together as pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers.
The idea of biking is a good thing, and the benefits that it promotes from personal health to cutting down on emissions. It's a form of just getting out and seeing your community. It's nothing like actually biking it or walking it versus driving it. I know that initially when we started seeing bike lanes pop up in New Orleans many years ago, local New Orleanians who have been here for many, many generations weren't really sure how to react to it. But I think now we've gotten a little bit more accustomed to seeing bike lanes throughout our communities.
If you're ready, we can start to take our ride and we can go over some safety tips. So when we live in a state that has poor health outcomes and high obesity and residents that suffer from the chronic diseases such as diabetes and hypertension, biking will help to reduce some of those chronic health outcomes and to improve folks' health. So are you ready to start cycling?
I'm ready.
We're going to make our turn here. So we're riding in a bike lane right now, so it provides us a little safety. But what this purpose is to demonstrate folks, first of all, to be able to ride safely, and then to experience what it's like to ride on a street that doesn't have the bike lanes. Do you feel the difference in being in a protected lane?
Absolutely.
So, Royce, what do you think about our ride through Treme and 7th Ward?
I loved it. I enjoyed it. It just reminded me of just how fortunate I am to represent this beautiful part of New Orleans and people that it houses, and just how much more work we need to be doing to get safe and protected bike lanes.
I want to thank you again on behalf of Bike Easy and the Complete Streets Coalition, AARP, and Healthy Community Services for taking the time out to ride with my favorite legislator, representing District 93. Thank you again so much for your time. And stay cool. Thanks. Mr. Al.
Hey, Miss Angela. How you doing, dog?
Just fine. I'm just riding through and I stopped at the buttermilk drop, so bought you some buttermilk drops.
Thank you, my darling.
You're more than welcome.
Sure.
Mr. Al, thank you for welcoming me to the Treme Le Petite Jazz Museum.
So this is Treme's Petite Jazz Museum, founded 5 years ago. And we're here to tell the story of jazz, but not just about jazz, the evolution of people and instruments that would bring forth the sound of jazz. So if we would go to Kemet, known as Egypt today, and to Abyssinia and the land of Kush, known as Sudan today, we can listen to the sound of the lute, the plucking sound. And one would think of Wes Montgomery, who played guitar, or George French, who played guitar with Jermaine Basil.
Every time I come to the museum, I'm always amazed that you see something different, even though it's a petite museum. It's so powerful and impactful with all the artifacts that you have here.
The transition from Northeast Africa to West Africa with the djembe drum and those percussionary sounds, as well as the kora and the banjo from Senegal. And after the enslavement of folk from West Africa, coupled with the percussions, played a significant role coming out of Haiti after the Haitian Revolution, when Toussaint Louverture defeated the Portuguese army. Those folk, including the Afro Creoles, fled to Cuba. is after Napoleon invaded Spain in 1809, over 20,000 Afro-French Creoles and French Creoles left Cuba after having fled Haiti and moved to New Orleans. So we're leaving 1809. We're not going very far.
Okay.
We're going to 1815. 1815, Congo Square, of course, still maintaining, but free people of color was ballroom dancing to the music of Edmond Dede, and this is his classical music. These guys were graduates of the Paris Conservatory of Music at the Sorbonne, which brought literacy to the community. This is where it happened. This is where the music of Africa and Europe came together to create an offbeat sound that we would call syncopation. Once we combine these sounds, two fellows, Sidney Bechet would be one, and of course, Jelly Roll Morton and Ferdinand Lament, they would give us the sounds. Once these Afro Creoles got together after Plessy versus Ferguson and had no option but to hang with the brothers, they brought that literacy to the community.
Well, Mr. Al, thank you so much again. Let's go get those buttermilk drop donuts.
I agree with you.
Here's the buttermilk drops. I just biked over from the Treme Petite Museum, and now we're here at Congo Square. Congo Square is the site where enslaved Africans were allowed on Sunday afternoons to trade, dance, and sing on this historic landmark. And so it's designated by the National Register of Historic Places. So you can get here either by bike or you can walk it. This is a walkable area from anywhere within the Treme community, or even from the French Quarter, which is adjacent to the Treme community. And if you want a bike, guess what? We have biking lanes along North Rampart. So get out, exercise, walk, enjoy fun time with your family, or if you just need that quiet time for yourself. So here we are at the Lafitte Greenway, which we've biked over from Congo Square. The Lafitte Greenway is a nice bike trail that connects downtown, running through the Treme community to Mid-City. And if you'd like, you can happen to stop at the Fit Lot to take a break or to just get in a different type of exercise. So we have one more stop to make, and we'll meet our special guest at that stop. Hey, man, American Trail.
How you doing?
Glad you can make it. I just rode over from the Lafitte Greenway. Let's go have a seat and we can talk about some of your issues with biking and how safe it is, and just a quick chat, and then we can ride over to the fairgrounds. So, American Trail, you've made mobility and health a focus issue for citizens of our city. So, tell me, why is this important to you?
Well, first of all, everything is rooted in public health, especially when you know that we have to be more equitable in terms of access and infrastructure and mobility. This pandemic, it has been hard on everyone, especially as it relates to our mental health, and even appreciating our environment in a way, because when you kind of see things differently on a bike. And I think with that, we begin to appreciate not only what we have, but also support improvements that we continue to make and need to make for all of our residents to benefit, who deserve nothing less.
Okay, and so we're here at Stallings Park in Gentilly on Gentilly Boulevard. So tell me, what do you want the residents to know about being connected with bike lanes and having safe bike lanes for them to cycle and pedestrians to walk?
Sure. So you mentioned Gentilly Boulevard,
Mm-hmm.
and where we have experienced some fatalities,
Yes.
even some hit and runs.
Mm-hmm.
And when I think about traffic fatalities in the city, the data demonstrates that we have to do a better job of connecting our people, connecting neighborhoods, but making them safe.
So when are the blue bikes coming back?
My administration has made sure that the blue bikes are coming back to the city of New Orleans with a renewed partnership, and that's happening very soon. And I just appreciate the partnership also with AARP.
Let's hop on one of our blue bikes and we can head over to the fairgrounds.
All right, speaking my language.
So Mayor, we're at our final stop of the bike tour of Treme and 7th Ward in the Gentilly area. We ended here at the historical fairgrounds. I just want to say thank you for riding with me. And on behalf of Bike Easy, AARP, and Healthy Community Services, I enjoyed the time that we spent together.
No, thank you so much. It was really a privilege to ride with you, to experience blue bikes again, and knowing that they're coming back to the city of New Orleans. And thank you for your partnership. So I'm just hoping that our people continue to do the right thing, mask up, and get that vaccination so that we can enjoy one another like we so much desire.
Thank you, and you have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
All right, you too.
Well, everyone, thank you for taking this tour through the 7th Ward and Treme neighborhoods. I've had so much fun biking with Representative Royce Duplessis, stopping off for breakfast at the Buttermilk Drop, learning the history of New Orleans music from Mr. Al at the Treme's Petite Jazz Museum, and lastly, speaking with Mayor LaToya Cantrell and biking to the fairgrounds. We are excited that you had a chance to experience the protected bike lanes in this neighborhood and encourage you to get out and walk, ride through your neighborhood. I hope that you join me on my next bike ride. It could be in your neighborhood. Until then, wear your helmet, use protective biking gear, and get some exercise. Welcome. I'm Angela Chalk with Healthy Community Services and 7th Ward native resident. Today, we're going to take you on a bike tour and a walking tour of the 7th Ward in Treme. So come along, get your bike ready, or if you choose, you can walk so we can show you how to safely do these things. Healthy Community Services is a nonprofit organization based in the 7th Ward, and we teach residents how to reduce flooding on their property. This is a bioswale that manages 350 gallons of water. So green infrastructure is a nature-based solution for managing water where it falls. So if you're walking or riding your bike and you need to take a break, you can do it here under this solar-powered weather station. And while you're at it, you can charge your cell phone. Come along with me on the new bike routes that Moving New Orleans has put together for your biking and walking safety. Let's get started, y'all. We're here at the Buttermilk Drop on St. Bernard and D'Urgeois. So, Mr. Sidney, thank you for meeting with me. I was just riding by and decided to stop in.
Thank you.
Yeah. So tell me about the Buttermilk Drop. How long has it been here?
Well, we were established in 2008 for the most part. We've been here quite a few years now. So we had donuts, we had breakfast, and lately we've opened up a chicken and waffles. Where we serve breakfast, we separate the breakfast from the donuts.
Okay. And so because it's named the Buttermilk Drop, I'm gonna take it that the Buttermilk Drop is the signature donut?
Yes, buttermilk drops are our signature donuts.
So as folks are riding along the St. Bernard corridor, they can riding their bikes along the St. Bernard corridor or just walking by because it's a neighborhood place, they can just stop into the buttermilk drop.
Yes, ma'am. We open at 6 o'clock in the morning.
Woo, 6 o'clock in the morning. All right. Thank you, Mr. Sidney. Come on, let's go in for some buttermilk drops. Royce, thank you for being here this morning with me at the Old Road Coffee House. Why don't you introduce yourself for the folks who don't know you? I don't know who doesn't know you.
My name is Royce Duplessis, and I serve as a state representative for District 93, which includes where we are right now in the historic 6th Ward Esplanade Ridge area, so Treme, as some may call it.
You are working on us having livable communities, walkable and bikeable. And for those folks who don't know what walkable and bikeable is, that's where we coexist together as pedestrians, cyclists, and drivers.
The idea of biking is a good thing, and the benefits that it promotes from personal health to cutting down on emissions. It's a form of just getting out and seeing your community. It's nothing like actually biking it or walking it versus driving it. I know that initially when we started seeing bike lanes pop up in New Orleans many years ago, local New Orleanians who have been here for many, many generations weren't really sure how to react to it. But I think now we've gotten a little bit more accustomed to seeing bike lanes throughout our communities.
If you're ready, we can start to take our ride and we can go over some safety tips. So when we live in a state that has poor health outcomes and high obesity and residents that suffer from the chronic diseases such as diabetes and hypertension, biking will help to reduce some of those chronic health outcomes and to improve folks' health. So are you ready to start cycling?
I'm ready.
We're going to make our turn here. So we're riding in a bike lane right now, so it provides us a little safety. But what this purpose is to demonstrate folks, first of all, to be able to ride safely, and then to experience what it's like to ride on a street that doesn't have the bike lanes. Do you feel the difference in being in a protected lane?
Absolutely.
So, Royce, what do you think about our ride through Treme and 7th Ward?
I loved it. I enjoyed it. It just reminded me of just how fortunate I am to represent this beautiful part of New Orleans and people that it houses, and just how much more work we need to be doing to get safe and protected bike lanes.
I want to thank you again on behalf of Bike Easy and the Complete Streets Coalition, AARP, and Healthy Community Services for taking the time out to ride with my favorite legislator, representing District 93. Thank you again so much for your time. And stay cool. Thanks. Mr. Al.
Hey, Miss Angela. How you doing, dog?
Just fine. I'm just riding through and I stopped at the buttermilk drop, so bought you some buttermilk drops.
Thank you, my darling.
You're more than welcome.
Sure.
Mr. Al, thank you for welcoming me to the Treme Le Petite Jazz Museum.
So this is Treme's Petite Jazz Museum, founded 5 years ago. And we're here to tell the story of jazz, but not just about jazz, the evolution of people and instruments that would bring forth the sound of jazz. So if we would go to Kemet, known as Egypt today, and to Abyssinia and the land of Kush, known as Sudan today, we can listen to the sound of the lute, the plucking sound. And one would think of Wes Montgomery, who played guitar, or George French, who played guitar with Jermaine Basil.
Every time I come to the museum, I'm always amazed that you see something different, even though it's a Petite museum. It's so powerful and impactful with all the artifacts that you have here.
The transition from Northeast Africa to West Africa with the djembe drum and those percussionary sounds, as well as the kora and the banjo from Senegal. And after the enslavement of folk from West Africa, coupled with the percussions, played a significant role coming out of Haiti after the Haitian Revolution, when Toussaint Louverture defeated the Portuguese army. Those folk, including the Afro-Creoles, fled to Cuba. And after Napoleon invaded Spain in 1809, over 20,000 Afro-French Creoles and French Creoles left Cuba after having fled Haiti and moved to New Orleans. So we're leaving 1809. We're not going very far.
Okay.
We're going to 1850. 1815, Congo Square, of course, still maintaining, but free people of color was ballroom dancing to the music of Edmond Dede, and this is his classical music. These guys were graduates of the Paris Conservatory of Music at the Sorbonne, which brought literacy to the community. This is where it happened. This is where the music of Africa and Europe came together to create an offbeat sound that we would call syncopation. Once we combine these sounds, two fellows, Sidney Bechet would be one, and of course, Jelly Roll Morton and Ferdinand Lament, they would give us the sounds. Once these Afro-Creoles got together after Plessy versus Ferguson, and had no option but to hang with the brothers, they brought that literacy to the community.
Well, Mr. Al, thank you so much again. Let's go get those buttermilk drop donuts.
I agree with you.
Here's the buttermilk drops. I just biked over from the Treme Petite Museum, and now we're here at Congo Square. Congo Square is the site where enslaved Africans were allowed on Sunday afternoons to trade, dance, and sing on this historic landmark. And so it's designated by the National Register of Historic Places. So you can get here either by bike or you can walk it. This is a walkable area from anywhere within the Treme community, or even from the French Quarter, which is adjacent to the Treme community. And if you want a bike, guess what? We have biking lanes along North Rampart. So get out, exercise, walk, enjoy fun time with your family, or if you just need that quiet time for yourself. So here we are at the Lafitte Greenway, which we've biked over from Congo Square. The Lafitte Greenway is a nice bike trail that connects downtown, running through the Treme community to Mid-City. And if you'd like, you can happen to stop at the Fit Lot to take a break or to just get in a different type of exercise. So we have one more stop to make, and we'll meet our special guest at that stop. Hey man, Mayor Control.
How you doing?
Glad you can make it. I just rode over from the Lafitte Greenway. Let's go have a seat and we can talk about some of your issues with biking and how safe it is, and just a quick chat, and then we can ride over to the fairgrounds. So Mayor Control, you've made mobility and health and focus issue for citizens of our city. So tell me, why is this important to you?
Well, first of all, everything is rooted in public health, especially when you know that we have to be more equitable in terms of access and infrastructure and mobility. This pandemic, it has been hard on everyone, especially as it relates to our mental health. And even appreciating our environment in a way, because when you kind of see things differently on a bike. And I think with that, we begin to appreciate not only what we have, but also support improvements that we continue to make and need to make for all of our residents to benefit, who deserve nothing less.
Okay, and so we're here at Stallings Park in Gentilly on Gentilly Boulevard. So tell me, what do you want the residents to know about being connected with bike lanes and having safe bike lanes for them to cycle and pedestrians to walk?
Sure. So you mentioned Gentilly Boulevard,
Mm-hmm.
and where we have experienced some fatalities,
Yes.
even some hit and runs.
Mm-hmm.
And when I think about traffic fatalities in the city, the data demonstrates that we have to do a better job of connecting our people, connecting neighborhoods, but making them safe.
So when are the blue bikes coming back?
My administration has made sure that the blue bikes are coming back to the city of New Orleans with a renewed partnership, and that's happening very soon. And I just appreciate the partnership also with AARP.
Let's hop on one of our blue bikes and we can head over to the fairgrounds.
All right, speaking my language.
So Mayor, we're at our final stop of the bike tour of Treme and 7th Ward in the Gentilly area. We ended here at the historical fairgrounds. I just want to say thank you for riding with me. And on behalf of Bike Easy, AARP, and Healthy Community Services, I enjoyed the time that we spent together.
No, thank you so much. It was really a privilege to ride with you, to experience blue bikes again, and knowing that they're coming back to the city of New Orleans. And thank you for your partnership. So I'm just hoping that our people continue to do the right thing, mask up, and get that vaccination so that we can enjoy one another like we so much desire.
Thank you, and you have a good rest of your afternoon.
Thank you so much.
Take care.
All right, you too.
Well, everyone, thank you for taking this tour through the 7th Ward and Treme neighborhoods. I've had so much fun biking with Representative Royce Duplessis, stopping off for breakfast at the Buttermilk Drop, learning the history of New Orleans music from Mr. Al at the Treme's Petite Jazz Museum, and lastly, speaking with Mayor LaToya Cantrell and biking to the fairgrounds. We are excited that you had a chance to experience the protected bike lanes in this neighborhood and encourage you to get out and walk, ride through your neighborhood. I hope that you join me on my next bike ride. It could be in your neighborhood. Until then, wear your helmet, use protective biking gear, and get some exercise.
Oh, looks like there was some good food consumed, good old New Orleans food consumed during lunch. And it's time to get back to work. Pam, what's coming up next?
Well, cloud storage. Cloud storage is a cloud computing model that stores data on the internet through a provider that manages and operates data storage as a service. It eliminates buying and managing your own data infrastructure.
Ah, easy for you to say.
Not so much, Sarah Susan. So this session will begin with the basics on transferring cloud storage, frustration, we hope, to communication.
Okay. Bree, are you ready?
I am.
Hey, Johnny.
Well, thank you, Susan and Pam. I believe we've got this great couple of questions here for folks to weigh in on. So love to hear from you. Do you currently use a cloud storage service? So yes, no, unsure, right? Some of us end up using one, not even realize. I think Bobby mentioned that earlier. I don't think I've done on purpose. So let us know here. All right, so far everyone's saying yes. Surely there's some that haven't yet, no? Unsure, okay.
There's one no.
It's
And there's
just
some yeses
easy
coming
to
in
do.
on the live chat.
Say that again, Johnny.
There's some more yeses coming in on the live chat.
Oh, good to know. All right, great. Yeah, people participating there as well. All right, well, thanks, folks, for participating. That'll help inform today. It sounds like the majority of those that have responded have. So you may today may be a little bit of review. So if you do use a cloud storage service, what do you use? Google? No, yeah. Our no here is like reiterating, I don't use one. Google's a popular one, Google Drive. Norton Security is a little different, but I do understand they have a cloud service. So yeah, a little different from what we'll talk about today. Susan, it looks like, mentioned in the comments, Dropbox. Dropbox is very popular.
Yes.
All right, here they're coming in now. iCloud, yes. If you have an Apple device, many rely on their iCloud. Beverly mentioned their cell carrier. So if you're interested to learn more, Beverly, that's a neat feature they're providing to you. Well, wonderful. Well, thank you everyone for participating. It helps us get a little bit of a color, a sense of what people are currently using. So for those of you who are already using a cloud storage service, we might be doing some review. Usually technology, we're not super aware of every little piece that comes together. So hopefully today you will learn a few things about how it all works. Again, I want to take a moment to say I am joined today. My name is Bree Clark, and I'm joined by Johnny Hernandez, who's here with me.
Yes, hello everybody. Welcome back.
Hope you all had a nice lunch. It was making me hungry seeing all the things you guys were eating. So pleasure to be here.
I put that in the live chat. I ate and now I'm getting hungry again. Everybody else ate.
Wonderful. Well, I hope it's been a wonderful summit up until now. We are going to hop into some of the basics of cloud storage and talk through some best practices. We will touch on a couple of resources, not too many, and there is a handout for today that's going to be shared with you in a follow-up email. All right, so let's jump right in, and I'm going to, same habits. Here we go. You'll get a preview of what we're going to talk about. So we're going to jump into what is cloud storage. You heard a nice definition there. We'll break it down even simpler, so you feel like you have a better concept of what cloud storage is. We'll talk about mobile cloud storage. This is what many of us have grown accustomed to, right? Our smartphones, our tablets, the photos that we take up a lot of space, right? So a lot of us have started to use cloud storage because of our mobile devices. We'll briefly talk about the pros and cons, and I will welcome your feedback on both the pros and cons. We believe it's really important that we don't just glorify the technology. There are flaws, there are compromises. It's important we talk about both the good and the bad so we can make our own personal decisions. We'll review some of the basic features that all cloud storage services have. And then I'll review this nice chart where you can compare different services. All right. And then we will end with some tips on test driving. So if you're only using one cloud storage service or none at all, hopefully you'll leave today a little more empowered to jump in. All right. So I'll mention it again. Please share your comments or your questions in the comment section throughout today. Johnny's going to be reviewing those, and we'll have a couple of check-ins to answer your questions. So the cloud, as much as it seems like it might be up in the air, right? The cloud is actually made possible by a network of very real physical servers, right? But they're storing your information remotely. So what makes that information accessible to you is the internet. So instead of saving that photo or saving that file onto your computer hard drive, you have opted, when you use the cloud, to save it remotely on a hard drive, probably in Pennsylvania, right? Usually the server farms that make cloud storage services possible are in more remote parts of the country. Usually they're in temperate climates because we know that computers, they get hot, right? If they're working using a lot of energy. So these server farms are what make cloud storage possible. Okay. Now, if you're someone who doesn't really feel like you're using the cloud in any sort of way, I would implore you to think about using email. When you log into your email address on any device, you are able to log into that same email account and see the emails that you have sent and received. And that's not because those things are downloaded onto your device. That's because you are accessing your email using the cloud. All right. So the cloud is really just this generic term we use for using the internet to access your files. Okay. So it's a little hard to conceptualize really how much storage is in the cloud, right? And especially because it's ever changing. It's as easy as a company adding more servers, right, to their network in order to increase the amount of storage that is made possible to consumers, to businesses. But currently, experts estimate that it's about 1 exabyte, not a word we use a lot, of storage. This is about 4.2 million Mac Pro hard drives. That's a lot of storage. Okay. So if we think about just how ubiquitous this has become, right? Cloud storage is really undermarking so much of what we do day to day. And really, when it comes to a cloud storage service, it's like you get to have a little piece of that. It's a little piece of the cloud pie, if you will, right? You get to have your own little part of it and take advantage of an already existing cloud to store your information, your files. Okay. Now, I would be, really glossing over things if I didn't highlight security a couple of times throughout today's program. When it comes to cloud storage, security is a totally legitimate concern. and we're going to talk about that more here in a moment. You don't want to upload sensitive data such that you can avoid doing so to the cloud. Okay, much like you don't want to email sensitive information if you can avoid it. Same concept here. One thing to note though, Google does encrypt all data for paid cloud storage service users. So if you are trying to weigh your options, things like encryption, that kind of level of security is with the consumer in mind, right? They're trying to make your information very difficult to hack, very difficult to obtain. Okay. So on your screen here, you will see some of the most popular cloud storage services, and by no means the only ones. Amazon Drive in particular, you see on your screen, is mostly made available to businesses. This is a service a lot of businesses use, so I'll touch on that here in a moment. But the other ones you see are Dropbox, iCloud, which someone mentioned earlier. I think both of those got mentioned. iCloud is the storage service made available to Apple device users. So you'll see that's built in. Google Drive. And Google Drive is the little symbol here with the colors, right? And then OneDrive. OneDrive is Microsoft's cloud storage service. Okay, so we are going to touch on 4 of these in some detail, and then we'll take a deeper dive into Dropbox, Google Drive, and OneDrive. All right, so I talked about mobile cloud storage. You can access your cloud storage, the service you're opting to use on your mobile device. Mobile devices include smartphones and tablets. The mobile device enables you to use cloud storage to organize your music, save your photos, files, folders, right? If you've had a smartphone, I think I've had my smartphone for going on like 4 years now. Photo sizes have increased so much. I take a lot of photos. So I've had to be more diligent about using a cloud storage service because my phone actually doesn't have the capability to save all those photos. Right? I don't even actually know how much storage this phone has, but it's less than the amount of photos that I am looking to save. And so what cloud storage has allowed me to do is I can easily see all those photos. I have something crazy like 50,000 photos. I'm able to access all of those by using a cloud storage service, and it's built into my phone. Okay. So this is a really common way people come to cloud storage when they start using, like, I'm running out of space on my phone. This is a really common way they start engaging with cloud storage. Most cloud storage services on mobile devices are free up to a certain amount of storage. We'll talk about the comparisons between some of the main providers here in a moment. But I do want to mention that while it is free to a certain point, you may use all your free storage. For many people, it's accommodating, but if you're kind of like me and you take way too many photos, you might find that you do have to pay for additional storage, okay? It's usually at a pretty affordable cost, depending on what you choose to spend your money on, but it is something to consider when you start using cloud storage services. Okay, so many cloud storage services, when it comes to a mobile device, is going to utilize an app. So whether that's an app that's built into your phone or whether that's something you have to download, usually you're using some sort of application on your mobile device. So when it comes to some of the more popular mobile devices, Apple's devices are compatible and use the Apple iOS system, and so they are going to use iCloud. Okay, so if you have an iPad, an iPhone, a Mac, you're going to probably utilize iCloud. Google's devices run Android operating system, and so they're going to actually use Google Drive. In fact, if you've bought an Android phone in the last few years, Google Drive probably came pre-installed on your device, and you're probably utilizing cloud storage without even fully knowing it because it's built into your device. Okay. You can also download Google Drive. So say I've got an iPhone and maybe I want to use Google Drive to store my files. You absolutely can download Google Drive on a different phone. All right, so keep that in mind too. You have some flexibility here. If you have a Samsung Galaxy phone, they've actually partnered with Dropbox. So Dropbox is either pre-installed or you'll be prompted to utilize Dropbox if you have a Samsung Galaxy. And then lastly, Microsoft's devices, I believe there's like a Windows smartphone, and I'm blanking on the tablet. They utilize Microsoft OneDrive. And many of you have probably seen OneDrive or used OneDrive yourself if you are a Microsoft 365 customer. So we'll talk about that more here in a second. All right, so let us know in the chat, what are you using to store things on your phone? Some of you have already talked about the cloud storage services you're using, but I'm curious if there's some we haven't heard from. Do any of these ring true for you? Okay, so let's talk about the pros. I've already kind of touched on some of the pros, but let's dig into it. Cloud storage is simply a great way to back up your data. Okay, and you can think of this one of two ways. This can either be to free up file space on your device, or as a true backup option, a just in case option, right? So if you're really comfortable with the way you've been managing your files on your computer, but you just want to have that just in case backup on the cloud, that's a really common way that people might use the cloud, okay? So it's a pro to be able to use cloud storage in that regard, because if something happened to your device and you lost all your files and you didn't have that backup, that would be a real bummer, right? So it provides people a little bit more, peace of mind in that regard. And in the example I mentioned earlier, being able to, instead of saving things onto your device in the first place, you can actually create and store files in a cloud storage service to free up space on your phone or your any device, really. Okay. One reason a lot of businesses have moved to using the cloud is it's a great way for coworkers to easily share files and work in the same document. So we have another program on kind of utilizing the actual tools within cloud storage services. So I'll use Google as an example. Google has a tool called Google Docs. It uses the cloud. And if Johnny and I needed to prep for today's program, right, we might be in the same document, kind of editing things at the same time in real time. We're not having to send versions of documents to each other via email. It's a really helpful way to be more efficient and see changes in real time. Okay, so you will see cloud storage becoming more and more of a solution and a go-to for a lot of those reasons, and not just in the workplace. All right, I'm a little extra, so I have to admit, but my friends and I, if we plan like a trip together, we usually use a spreadsheet. There's a spreadsheet involved. And so we'll all contribute, like who's going to, make what meal and what we're bringing and what we need to buy, right? So there's a lot of really great ways to use this. If folks would like to share in the chat, I would love to know what are some of the ways that you can either see cloud storage being a benefit to being a volunteer, or what are the ways that you're already using it, right? So let us know in the chat, and we'll circle back to that in a second. And I just want to reiterate, if you have a cloud storage service that is enabled by having an account, right? So that means you can create a Dropbox account on your smartphone, and then you can go to the library and log into your Dropbox account there. You can log into your computer at home. That account is your access point to your files because you're using the cloud to save them. Okay, let's talk about the cons, right? Utilizing a cloud storage service means that you do need an internet connection to access your files, right? There are a couple of ways to optimize this experience, but 9 times out of 10, you do need an internet connection to access your files. And so in some ways, this might be an inconvenience and something to consider depending on what you're saving. Once you've exceeded the free amount of storage that a cloud storage service makes available to you, you will have to pay for the extra storage, right? I already alluded to that. We'll look at some of the pricing here in a moment. But for example, if you wanted to back up your entire photo library, most people have, quite a few photos and they're high quality. If you've taken them on a recent smartphone, you will likely have to pay for extra storage. Okay. A couple other key points: security. Now, I always flag security because it's a concern people have, but I'll just offer this for perspective. Cloud storage is not inherently less secure than traditional physical means of storing data. The location of your data matters a lot less than how it can be accessed. So because we might be a little less diligent about the security involved with creating an account, right? And where we log into that account and so forth. A lot of what we talked about this morning in the earlier session is very relevant to what I'm saying now, right? The account security is really the key when it comes to using cloud storage. Okay. Lots of companies are migrating to cloud services. If you're someone who likes to stream through Netflix, NASA, most startup companies are using cloud storage services. I have a feeling if anyone here works more closely with any of the AARP volunteers or staff rather, and you have an email address, you may have used the cloud, right, to interact with staff. So it's definitely becoming more and more common. And in the near future, cloud storage is going to become the standard. All right. So it is one of those things that even though it presents challenges and concerns, if you're in any sort of place where you might have to use documents, share files, it is going to become the new norm. And we're almost there. We're pretty close. Okay. The last thing I want to touch on is server downtime. Servers do periodically go down. I mentioned earlier what makes the cloud possible are these very real physical servers that are in these server farms in other parts of the country. Well, they could be in your backyard, depending on where you live, right? But they do go down. They are hardware. They're technology, right? They can have episodes. There can be weather events, right? Periodically, this will affect some Fortune 500 companies, right? In July 2021, there was a software upgrade that actually triggered a bug that took down the sites of several large companies: Delta Airlines, British Airways, Capital One, GoDaddy, UPS, AT&T, Costco. Basically, what that meant is because their website was made possible by cloud storage, consumers weren't able to go to the website, okay? So we've got an article that explains more about how that happened. We'll share that in the follow-up, but yeah, it can be something to consider when you're weighing your options here. Another kind of example of this, at the end of February 2017, Amazon's cloud storage service experienced an outage. So they provide storage to lots of companies: Netflix, Spotify, if you've heard of Pinterest or BuzzFeed, these are all really large companies. A small human error caused several servers to go down for several hours. All right, so those platforms weren't accessible during that time. Interestingly, though, Amazon and Amazon-owned companies were not affected by this. So why is that? Amazon and other very large companies that keep our personal information or just have a pretty large reputation, they keep up several backups of all the things they need to keep up and operating. So it's likely why they didn't actually experience that downtime. Okay, it's expensive to do that, so they can afford it, which is why they did it. So, all right, let's take a pause here and check in. Johnny, any questions or feedback to some of the things prompted folks to share?
Yeah, a couple of things. To your question about how can our AARP volunteers use cloud storage, DAF 1908 gave a great example: saving pictures from events that we can share with other volunteers. So definitely a good way to use cloud storage with your AARP volunteer service for sure.
Yeah.
And then Deborah Joseph asks a good question, and maybe we can help walk her through this. I have files on my computer dated 2019, so some old files on her computer. I'm guessing on her computer's hard drive. That she no longer uses. How can I delete these old files? She asks.
Yeah, Deborah, it depends. If they're kind of with Johnny's point, if they're on your actual device, then there's probably a way to physically delete that. Usually click and drag, sometimes move to trash, sometimes you just actually delete it. If it's in a cloud storage service, sometimes it can be a little trickier to find where that is. So if we have time, I'll do a demo to show where you can delete files. So let us know, Deborah.
Yeah. And then Beverly just now asked, is it possible to go back to an old computer and send old files to a cloud storage account?
I love that question, Beverly. I will say yes, because it's something I've done. So if you have old devices laying around that like, oh, I probably should take a look. Like, I have a feeling I got stuff that, I may want to keep and may want to check it out. Yes. It kind of depends on what you would prefer in that situation, Beverly. I personally, my experience was that I sat down on that device. I logged into the cloud storage account that I wanted to use. And I use what's called an upload function in that cloud storage service. And I uploaded all the files on my device to that cloud storage service. So there's a lot of ways you can do it depending on how many hoops you got to jump through. You could always save things to a hard drive and move that to another device. It really depends on, what it is you're trying to accomplish. But absolutely, it's a really, really great way to, go back to those old files.
And there's another question that just came in that is something we're probably going to be talking about when we talk about test driving these different platforms. Bill asks, do you recommend storing your data on more than one service, say iCloud and OneDrive?
Yeah, that's a great question, Bill. So I would say if you're using it as like a backup for a backup, kind of your personal preference. I think what most people end up doing is they'll use different cloud storage services for different things. Or maybe they ran out of room on one and they want to move to the next. For me, personally, I use iCloud for photo storage, and on my actual smartphone, a lot of the data collected by apps to make my app experience really helpful, I back all that up to iCloud, right? So that means if something happens to my phone, I can walk into Apple the next day, get a new phone, and it's all back there on my phone. For OneDrive, I use OneDrive. Johnny and I both use OneDrive quite a bit professionally. So a lot of files and documents, but you absolutely could store photos there as well. It really depends on your preference. How do you use iCloud, Johnny? Or either of them?
Yeah, so I mostly use Google Drive for, any of my personal things, photos and other, documents that I want to save, short stories that I sometimes like to write. But then, of course, like OneDrive, for work-related stuff. I have used Dropbox only by way of a friend of mine sending me files to some songs that we were going to learn. This was a long time ago, and play together. And so, yeah, I've used Dropbox in that sense. And I probably still have that account, but I don't use it very much. So yeah, mainly it's just OneDrive and Google Drive. And one's for personal use, one's for work.
Nice. Yeah. So hopefully folks will gather based on what we're saying is that a lot of people have multiple, right? And you might have to see what works best for you, kind of moving through each. You might not particularly like one for any reason, right? Or maybe it becomes no longer relevant to you. When Dropbox was first on the scene, it kind of popularized cloud storage. I used it a lot. And now I found myself not using it as much, even though it's a really great option.
Mm-hmm. Another great comment, and very similar as what we were just saying. Lorraine says iCloud for app history, and then she uses Google Drive for her photos and personal storage, and then OneDrive for business as well.
Nice, nice. Well, very nice. And the other thing I just want to highlight for folks, if you don't have an Apple device, iCloud is not as seamless as an experience or an option for you. So if you don't have an Apple product, kind of keep that just sort of in one ear, out the other. It tends to be more relevant for folks who have an Apple device. So thanks, Lorraine. That was great. All right. So keep the questions coming. This is definitely a topic where we don't have time to go through every single cloud storage. So the more that you contribute and share your questions, the more this will come to life for sure. So some of the basics to consider, when you think about how they all compare and what are the things that each of them sort of maintains. So these are all the basic features across all the cloud storage platforms, and especially the ones we're going to highlight: iCloud, Google Drive, OneDrive, and Dropbox. Dropbox is that little icon right here. A lot of these tech companies like to just have like logo recognition. So the more that you can feel comfortable recognizing them, the better, but it can be challenging sometimes. You're like, what is that image? I've never seen that before. So all of them have some sort of desktop app. This means that you can download the cloud storage app to your computer, run it as like a program so that you can access your files from your desktop. A lot of people like this feature because it feels very similar to the way they would have stored their files in the first place. All right. You don't have to use this. I usually access my cloud storage through a web browser like Google Chrome or Firefox, or I always forget the Microsoft one. It's not Internet Explorer anymore. Anyway, but usually I go to a web site to access the cloud storage, but the desktop app is really a very user-friendly experience and can help that transition to cloud storage feel more seamless. All right. So many people will experience this enables you to automatically sync files to the cloud without having to do a lot of extra work. And this means that any edits that you make to documents will be reflected when you open up that same file again. Okay. I already touched on the web browser. So those are kind of like two options you might make available to yourself on a desktop or laptop. This means you can simply go to the website and access your files by logging into your account. Okay, so we'll talk about those websites here in a second, but Dropbox.com, right? You can go to Dropbox.com, log in using your email and password that you've already set up, and be able to access those files. All of them have a mobile app. We talked about that earlier. So this is an app that you can download for free and utilize on your smartphone or tablet. What's really great about this is, if you're someone who, I'll use Lorraine use an example. If Lorraine is using Google Drive for photos and storage, maybe they want to use both their smartphone and their desktop computer to contribute to that cloud storage option, right? And so the app on their phone allows them to do that really seamlessly. They don't have to, email themselves the file and then have to then upload it on their desktop. You can just seamlessly use the same service from multiple devices. A lot of these have really simple interfaces. It doesn't mean that it doesn't have a learning curve where you have to find out where things live and how they work, but very simple interface. And most of them, you'll see here in a second, look very similar. Okay. It's very easy to share files. Doesn't mean that it's very intuitive, right? That's a different thing. A lot of these websites are not intuitive. They take time to understand. But once you have a sense of how it works, it's very easy to send a file and to send it very quickly. So because you're sending it over the cloud and generally, using email or some other communication, it sends really easily and quickly, which is really helpful. Lastly, compatibility. Cloud storage platforms are accessible across operating systems. All right. That means if you've got Google Drive on your Android phone and you've got Google Drive on your MacBook, your Apple MacBook, right? You're able to use those platforms despite the fact that, they're different makes and models and manufacturers and so forth. Okay. So let's look at how they stack up, how they compare. These are just their specs. This does not highlight necessarily that you might have an affinity for one of these, or one of these makes your life easier, so you're willing to pay more or less and so forth. But for folks that are new to cloud storage or interested in trying another option, sometimes it's helpful to see how they actually compare. Okay, so let's walk through them. When it comes to free storage, this is what the introductory free storage allotment is, if you will. So for iCloud, this is 5 gigabytes. 15 for Google Drive, 5 for OneDrive, and only 2 for Dropbox. Now, the age-old question, how much can I get out of that many gigabytes, right? Sort of depends on what you're storing. Photos, videos are going to take up a lot more storage than files, right? And you probably know this to be true if you're saving things onto your personal device, right? Same is true for cloud storage. Okay, so keep that in mind. You might use 15 gigabytes really quickly with Google Drive. One thing to remember with Google Drive, if you're using a lot of the Google Workspace tools, which we have a whole separate lecture on that, you can easily eat up that 15 gigabytes using the other tools and email as well. So just bear that in mind. That's why they give you a lot of storage, is they have a lot of tools. Okay. The next thing here is, what's a requirement? Is there anything you have to have before you start using these options? For iCloud, for OneDrive, and Dropbox, the answer is no. You got to sign up, but that's it, right? You don't have to have anything special. For Google Drive, you do have to have a Gmail email address. If you're not someone who wants to use Gmail, that's perfectly fine. You can still opt to use your email provider that you're already using, but you do have to set up a Gmail address to then use Google Drive, if that makes sense. So if that's not clear, let us know. I can help clarify. So once you move past that free storage option, we move into pricing, right? So what does it cost if I go past my free storage? What are my options? Unfortunately, they don't charge you by, 0.gigabyte. There's usually a next kind of like platform you have to hit to pay for it, right? So you'll see that reflected here. After you surpass 5 gigabytes, in order to continue to use storage, you will need to pay about $1 a month to iCloud. But that then awards you 50 gigabytes. So if $12 a month is worth it to you to have plenty of storage for your photos and all the other things you might use on your iPhone, that might be a pretty, attractive situation. If you're like me and you had to go to the upgrade plan for about $3 a month, you can get 200 gigabytes. Okay. Moving to Google Drive, about $2 a month, but you get 100 gigabytes. And then the upgraded plan is $3 a month for 200 gigabytes. You can see some of these start to sound pretty similar. Lastly, with OneDrive, it's going to cost you $2 a month for 100 gigabytes. And then you're going to jump up to $7 a month, but you get 1 terabyte, which is a lot of storage. Lastly, we got Dropbox. Dropbox is kind of unique. It's $10 a month for 2 terabytes, which is a lot of storage. And then if you, share or refer someone, they'll actually award you more storage, which is kind of a neat feature. All right. Dropbox is a great option for folks who know they have just a tremendous amount of file storage that they need to use. So you'll take a look and see if those price points are worth it to you. All right. A couple other perks. iCloud is very popular for family sharing. I have 3 siblings who are all pregnant at the same time, which is wonderful. And we're already setting up family sharing photo albums so that we can see photos of the babies, right? We can all easily see it in one place. I can open up my phone and go and look at those pictures without them having to actually send them to me. So that's a pretty popular feature. I mentioned Google Drive. The huge perk to setting up a free Gmail address and getting the free storage that they make available to you is they have some wonderful apps within, used to be called G Suite, is now called Google Workspace. And so that's a really attractive part of using Google Drive. This is not completely different from, as you'll see listed there, OneDrive and Microsoft, right? So they're synonymous in some ways, but a lot of people have already paid for their Microsoft account. So it's usually an added cost to do that. Okay, I've thrown a lot of information out there, so I want to take a pause for questions. I think there's been a few that come through.
Yes, there was a couple of questions that came in after Lori Ann's question or a comment about her different use of cloud storage. And I want to apologize to Lori Ann because I think I said Lorraine earlier by mistake. So anyway, Bill here asks, which email clouds are the most secure? I have heard iCloud and Google are the most secure, although I use Outlook. That's his question.
Interesting. We usually don't make recommendations around security specifically because it is a lot of personal choice when it comes to what does security mean to you, right? One thing to keep in mind that we always flag just as like a consumer like thing to consider is that Google does encrypt data for people who pay for the cloud storage service. Encryption is an extra layer of security. It's not that they don't keep all the unpaid users secure. They are a business. They would, they have a reputation to maintain. So their security is paramount, but encryption is an extra level to consider. And then it sounds like using iCloud, I'm assuming you mean the Apple Mail service. I'm not as familiar with how they compare to Google and Outlook, but maybe we can look it up and see. This would definitely be something I would Google. Like, okay, how do these platforms actually compare when it comes to security? And so in some ways, they're as secure as the password and the way and the habits that you use to use those email accounts. That was a long answer.
Oh, I hear some noise interference coming from somewhere.
Oh, it might be me.
Oh, is there a plane going by? Okay. The next question asked by Gloria is, when you sync and delete from many devices, do all deletions occur on all devices?
I'm really glad you asked that, Gloria. I will say the quick answer is this is not an easy yes or no. What I will say is the intention by using the cloud on multiple devices, that is when you delete a file from, if you're using Dropbox on your phone and you access your Dropbox and you delete that file, you will not then be able to access that file from your desktop computer. So if you're using the same cloud storage service and there's not any extra duplicates or backups, then yes. What I find though is a lot of people feel like they get stuck in cloud. And so it can feel like, wait, I thought I deleted this, or wait, I deleted that. So I would just encourage you to be really thoughtful about when you're syncing and deleting. Are you using the cloud storage service to sync and delete, or are you, is there another place where those files are saved? The one exception I hear a lot is people get frustrated with OneDrive because sometimes it's not clear when something is being saved to the device versus also saved to the cloud. So this is a maddening part of the cloud if you're using the sync feature. But I will just back up and say, when you're using the cloud, if you delete something from that cloud, it's deleted. You no longer have access to that file. Do you have any other thoughts on that, Johnny?
No, that's pretty much what I was going to mention as well.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I don't think that deleting one file, though, from one device will delete it from another device, only if it's deleted from the cloud.
That's correct.
From both devices, or multiple devices.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
Now, Vanessa says, it is said once something is on the internet, it is there forever. Is that true of the cloud too, even if deleted?
Oh, that's a good question. In theory, yes, when you're deleting the file, you are freeing up your cloud storage, and thus you're freeing up the server that saved that file. I can't speak to the actual practices of, if your cloud storage service has a recovery feature, right? In theory, once you've deleted something, it's supposed to be deleted, right? It's a little different from, posting a photo of yourself on Facebook. And, why people say it's there forever is that I can take a screenshot of that and now I have it, right? Your cloud is intended to be sort of your slice of the cloud. You're not really sharing that far and wide. It's intended to be a secure location unless something, heaven forbid, happened to that account. So it's a little nuanced, but it's a good question to ask oneself. Yeah.
And then Bill commented earlier about his Yahoo email account being hacked several times. So I'm guessing that's why he's not using that anymore. But do you know any more about Yahoo? I don't know if it's just maybe because it's an older service than compared to the others. Is it more susceptible?
That's a good question. I don't want to make it about Yahoo. It's very possible that there's more security they need to put into place for their customers. Oftentimes, unfortunately, when your account is getting hacked, it is not the result of the provider. It is the result of someone hacking your account using your password. So that might mean several things. It might mean that you use that password on another website that got hacked, and it's a domino effect. This is pretty common. For those of you that use Yahoo, that means you've been using your email for quite a while, I'm willing to bet. And that might mean that best practices are employing some better security measures for your password. And now I by no means mean to blame you for this, Bill. This is a common occurrence. So you may have been doing everything you were supposed to, and it still happened. So that it's sometimes we don't really even know, right? But the best thing we can do is a secure password, being thoughtful. Some of the content from earlier this morning, being thoughtful about where we log in and who has access to that information.
And then he added one last comment about things, if it, what Vanessa asked if it's true that, things stay on the internet forever or in the cloud. Bill says that's why Apple recommends using Time Machine backup as well as iCloud. Now, that's something that I've never heard of is the Time Machine backup.
Yeah, same. I'd like to hear more about that. Yeah, I would like to hear more. I'm not familiar with that. As someone who uses lots of Apple Cloud storage, I definitely would like to learn more. Mm-hmm. Well, great. Well, this is a great display of technology moves very quickly. If you're new to the cloud, consider the fact that this has been around for a long time, right? So that means that the changes and the evolution and all the different options have just gotten more and more and more and more and more, right? So stick your toe in the water, kind of slowly become accustomed to these things. Don't put too much pressure on yourself to know it all, because as you can see, Johnny and I just learned something new today too. And this is a pretty common experience with technology. Okay, let's move on. I know we're getting short on time here. So the next thing I'd like to do is I would like to show 3 of the pretty popular cloud storage services. Oops. I'd like to show some of the pretty popular cloud storage services. And these are the most commonly used for saving and sharing documents, large video files, and photos. And so on your page here, you see a screenshot of Dropbox. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to show you the 3 screenshots, and then I will very quickly show you what they look like in the actual browser. Okay. So to use Dropbox, you would need to set up an account at dropbox.com. All right, so go to dropbox.com, or if you're using a mobile device, you can download the Dropbox app and then set up an account there. Now, remember from the last slide, your first 2 gigabytes of storage is free. And once you create an account and add files, you would add files by going to upload. So you can upload files individually, or you can upload a folder. All right. So this means if you already have files on the device and you're then trying to move them into Dropbox, you would use that upload feature. You can actually create files within Dropbox as well, which is a really nice feature. So it saves you a step of having to upload an existing file. And yeah, Beverly, when I go into the demo, I'll zoom in so you can see it. This is just intended to give a quick visual, because as you can see, they're very similar, right? So this is Dropbox and this is Google Drive. You'll see that they're pretty similar in nature, and I'll show you here in a second a couple of key features. Again, a reminder, you need to have a Gmail account to use Google Drive. And then last but not least, a very popular option is OneDrive, right? You can see, again, just how similar they look. Many already have an account with OneDrive as a result of their Office 365 subscription. All right, so you might already be having or using OneDrive or resisting. I know a lot of you are like, no, don't make me. That's okay too. Okay, so let's take a look. I'm going to attempt, if I can pull this off. Okay, so this is my Dropbox. I have not used it in quite a while. I mentioned earlier, it used to be my go-to option. Key features, upload. Upload is going to be that critical place. I'm going to zoom in. Upload is going to be that critical place where you add your files. You can create your files. Okay, let me move that. You have this nice feature here where it shows me who has access to these files. Access meaning I've given them permission. I have shared the files with them. Okay. So this is a quick visual. If I had just created this account, I would see none of this, right? This is all stuff that I've chosen to actually upload into Dropbox. The menu options here can help you better navigate. You can actually favorite or star things. You can easily, see and access the things that you access more regularly. And then you have this nice feature here, Recents, which will show you things you've recently accessed. Okay, let's take a look at Google Drive. Google Drive, again, very popular option for folks just starting out. So if you're brand new, highly encourage you check out Google Drive. Not because it's the best by any means, but it's so free that it can give people a place to kind of, feel more comfortable. Very similar to what we saw in Dropbox. You've got a recent file here, a starred file, and then a trash file. If you accidentally delete a file, this is where you would want to go. Okay. Now you can empty your trash, right? And you delete, actually delete it. So right here, you'll see my progress towards the 15 gigabytes I'm allotted. I'm going to zoom in one more time. Right, 67.6 megabytes out of 15. I have lots of storage available to me. Okay, so this is where you'll see sort of your progress towards your free allotment. If you check out our Google Workspace lecture, we go over all these wonderful apps. That's another perk of Google Drive. Okay. And then if I upload a file, to do so, I would want to click on New. New, File Upload, Folder Upload, and so forth. I can also create documents similar to what we saw in Dropbox. Okay. And then I'm going to show a quick example of sharing. Say I would like to share this consulting proposal. I think this is something you created, Johnny, as an example. If I open that file, I can click on this nice big share button, and I have a few ways I can actually share this file. All right, I'm not going to go into too much detail, but this is the way in which you would share it. You know, again, it's a learning curve, but the sharing function through a cloud storage service is a really popular reason why people opt to use something like this. Last but not least, OneDrive. This is actually our curriculum folder. Zoom in again. Okay. So you see all of our listed folders here. We can create and upload documents here. All right, so a couple of places that you would do that. Actually, I don't have permission to create files in here. All right, so I can't actually point that out to you. This is a folder that was shared with me as view only. Don't touch, just look. Okay, but similar to those other options, I see recent, I see shared, I see that recycle bin, which is just synonymous with trash, right? At least for this, not actually. Okay. If I wanted to share, I could open up any of these, or sometimes these three little dots that you'll see, the ellipsis, sometimes it's horizontal, sometimes it's vertical. It's usually a symbol for menu, more, right? Click on that, usually use some curiosity to see what's listed there. If I click on share, I would then see options to share this folder. Okay. All right, that's a very quick drive-by. So I'm not going to pretend that you came away with, you know, everything you need to know about cloud storage. But my goal today, or my desire, is that you leave today with a little more confidence in either your current capabilities or feel a little more encouraged to test one out yourself. As we touched on earlier, you know, sometimes one cloud storage might resonate with you than another service. And so I encourage you to test out multiple. Opening up multiple accounts is perfectly normal and fine. If you max out on your Google Drive and you want to open up another Gmail to get 15 more gigabytes, that is totally okay. There is nothing stopping you from doing that, okay? So really it comes down to pick what's most relevant for you. And it might take time to know that. So do that by testing out and, you know, seeing what might fit best for you. A good starting point sometimes is to see what is built into the device you already have and start there. All right. So, Johnny, were there any last comments before I close out?
No last comments, just more about Bill sharing about Time Machine, that it's so if you delete a file or a picture, he says, which results in being deleted from the iCloud, that's when you can use the Time Machine, or what was it called? Time Machine, to restore it from the SSD.
Interesting.
What he added in there, yeah.
All
but
right.
no, yeah. So hopefully everybody got a good understanding, or you know, at least to get started, right, and test drive some of these platforms.
Yeah.
Cloud storage.
Yeah. Thanks, Johnny. Mm-hmm. All right. Wonderful. Well, it's been a pleasure to spend our day with you today. Thank you so much to AARP Louisiana and to all the volunteers doing such incredible work. Those videos were wonderful. If you have any questions we didn't cover in today's session, you can call our toll-free hotline at 888-713-3495. Our technology trainers are there Monday through Friday, 8 to 7 p.m. Central Time. Again, if you're interested in learning more and participating in classes, discussion groups, and so forth, all held on Zoom. And we spent a little longer time kind of breaking through topics, right? Please check us out at seniorplanet.org. You might have the pleasure of being able to attend one of Johnny's classes and learn one of the many topics that we cover. So thank you all so much. Really appreciate being here.
Yes, thank you so much, folks.
All right, I'll get the phone number one more time, 888-713-3495. And it's at seniorplanet.org. If you go there, you'll see it listed. Mm-hmm. All right, and is this a new poll? Or sorry, Natalie, you might be reviewing this.
Hi, I'm Natalie Mason, a volunteer in Baton Rouge. I hope you enjoyed the second session, The Basics of Cloud Storage. I truly enjoyed it because I am paying for cloud storage and I did not know how to access it. Now I do. So come on, get up, move around, and participate in the next video for your entertainment. This break will only be 20 minutes, so don't go too far. I am excited and can't wait for the panel discussion with our awesome AARP Louisiana staff. Stay tuned.
Hi there, I'm personal trainer April Hattori with my mom, Aiko.
Hi.
We're excited to have an all-in-one workout for you today.
Uh-oh.
You ready for this, Mom?
Yeah, I know.
All right. It's going to improve your balance. It's going to improve your cardiovascular strength and also build muscle.
All that.
All that, yes.
Okay.
And it can be done with or without weights. My mom is going to be using water bottles and I'm going to be using 5-pound dumbbells. All right. So you can do this either seated or standing. My mom's going to be doing the seated, doing it standing, and just be sure to clear the area and have some water handy. And we'll get started with a warm-up. So,
all right.
Mom, you want to have a seat?
I sure do. Thank you.
All right. So all we're going to do is start marching in place. Okay, before doing any exercise, it's super important to warm up your muscles to help prevent injury.
Yeah.
Okay. So you want to start getting your heart rate up, getting ready for exercise. All right. And even when we're marching in place, I want you to have really good posture. So your ears, shoulders, hips are all in alignment. Okay. So march in place. Very good. And we're going to do some side steps here. Here we go. And step and touch. Step, touch. Very nice. Keep going. And breathe. Good work. How are you feeling today, Mom?
Okay. I'm ready to go.
All right. Good. And breathe, everybody. And with our workouts, you know, you don't have to go at our pace in the cardio section. You just kind of go at your own pace.
That's right.
Go
Be
faster,
comfortable.
slower.
Go slow if
That's
you
right.
have to.
Make this workout your own.
Yeah.
All right. And march it out. Okay. Good work. Very nice. March out. And 4, 3, 2, and 1. Stop the feet. We're going to do some shoulder rolls back. Roll back. Good. 2, and 3, and reverse it. 1, 2, open up those shoulders. And 3. Very nice. Okay. We're ready to get into our balance work.
Okay.
You ready for this? I'm going to pick up a weight for this one.
I need balance work.
Okay, good. If you're standing or seated, put your hands together. You can clasp your hands together. Very good. You don't have to use a weight. Okay. All I need to do is move those hands to the side. Shift your weight onto your right butt cheek, whether you're standing or seated. Okay. And if you're standing, you can even lift that leg up for added balance challenge. Okay. Hold it. 4, 3, 2, and 1, and come back to center. Very nice. And bring those hands to the other side. Shift the weight. And up. Good. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Very nice. We're going to do that one more time. Ready?
All right.
Okay. Shoulder. Relax those shoulders. Okay. Bring those arms to the side. 4,
You can really feel it in the core.
2, and 1. Absolutely. It's so important to engage that core. It's where all motion happens. And the other side. Here we go. And 4, 3, 2, and 1. And rest. Very nice. Okay. Weight down.
All right.
Our next move is going to be opposite knee, opposite arm up. So
my favorite.
Yep. Right knee up, left arm up. Very good. Whether you're seated or standing, you are shifting weight over to that left side. Okay. Right. I really feel it on my standing leg.
Yeah.
Okay. 4, 3, 2, and 1. Let's do it the other side. Left leg up.
Oh, you feel it too, sitting, you know.
Yes.
I feel it right here. Yeah.
You feel you're engaging your core, right? Your core is your abs, your obliques, your back muscles, your hips, and your glutes as well. Okay. And come on down. Let's do that one more time on the right. And up. Hold it. 4, 3, 2, and 1. And breathe. Come on down. Just one more time. There you go. All right. Nice work. Looking good. 4, 3, 2, and 1. And come on down. Very nice. All right. Very nice work on this balance section. Ready to get into our cardio work.
Ready.
All right. We're going to start out. Just let's march it in place. Okay. Just breathe.
All right.
Very good. Okay. So this section, we're going to do 30 seconds of an exercise and then 20 seconds of rest, which looks like this.
This is rest?
This is rest. Okay.
A new definition for rest.
Yeah. First exercise is going to be heel touches forward. Yeah. Just like that. We're on. Okay. Yeah. New definition of rest is right. Yeah. But in this section, we want to just keep our bodies moving and get the heart rate up. That's the whole point of this section. Okay.
I understand.
Right. And again, you go at your own pace on this. You can go faster or slower than us, that's okay.
It's okay.
All right.
Slow-mo is good.
That's right.
The turtle won, remember?
That's right. That's right. Slow and steady, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And breathe. You're going into that rest portion. That's okay. We don't have to be in sync. It's good. All right. And march it out. March it out.
Rest.
Okay.
No, I'm resting.
You're resting, right? Where are you marching to, TD's? Like walking to?
I'm doing healthy today. We're going to farmer's market.
Oh, good work. I like that.
Yeah.
Farmer's markets. What's your
Veggies,
favorite?
fruit and veggies.
Yeah. What's
And
your favorite fruit?
Fruit?
Yeah.
Oh, strawberries.
Good. All right. Our next exercise will be step out. So out, out, in, and in. Out, out, in, in. Okay, this is a move. Keep it going.
But I might get a hot dog if they have it.
That's okay. Everything in moderation. It's okay. That's okay. Very good. Keep it going and breathe. So we're really working our lateral muscles here. Very important, to be able to move in different directions, right? We're always walking forward, right?
Yeah, it's good for balance.
Yeah,
huh?
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, very good. And march it out. Okay, very good. Nice.
I'm resting now.
Okay, you're resting?
Yeah.
You're walking to your fruit stand, which is good. Farmer's market. Good work. Okay, our last exercise would be the jumping jack. I know you like that one.
Your favorite.
All right, so if you're seated or standing, it looks like this. Okay. Just both arms up, one leg out. Yeah. Okay, this is what it looks like, and we're on. Okay, and if you want to amp it up a little bit, okay, you can do the full jumping jack.
Oh, gosh.
Okay, I'll do it. Okay, I'll keep going and breathe. So you're standing or doing it with me or my mom, make sure you breathe. Okay? Don't stop breathing. Keep it going.
You're making me
Good.
tired here.
I'm giving you some wind too, though, right?
Yeah, you
Right?
are. I'm cooling off.
Okay, very good. And
I don't
march
have
it
to do a
out.
cool down. You cooled me off.
March it out. Good work. All right. All right. Excellent. Ooh, I feel my heart rate is up. How about you?
Yeah, me too. That's
Good
good,
work.
right? Yeah.
Okay, so we're ready to get into our strength section.
Okay.
We're going to build some muscle. So first one, we don't need any weights. We're going to do a chair stand up. So I'm going to cue my mom here. You're standing or seated, feet shoulder width apart, toes slightly out. Okay.
Right.
You can have your hands at your sides or across your chest like this. So what I want you to do is to hinge forward, put your weight in your feet, stand up. Good. Go ahead and sit down and squat. And up. Very nice. Sit and up and squeeze your glutes at the top.
Okay. Yeah.
This is 4. And 4 more. And if you're doing a standing squat with me, sit that butt back.
Yeah.
And give me 3 more.
Well, I'm glad there's a chair for me. Let me sit down.
That's nice. 2. And 1 more. Give me 1 more.
Okay.
And up. Very nice. Okay. Good work. All right. We're going to pick up 1 weight.
Okay.
Bring that weight above the head here. Or if you have it here in front, that's okay too. The whole point is to bring that weight down and bring the knee up. Okay.
Okay.
And other side. So we're working our core here.
Yeah.
But we're also working balance.
Right.
You can probably feel it even if you're seated. Okay, give me 4 more. This is 4. 3. Good. 2. And 1 and rest.
Okay.
Nice work.
Good job.
Okay. We're going to pick up that other weight. And we're going to go into some rows. So
Okay.
feet, shoulder width apart. It's like bending knees, you're standing. Okay. Head, neck, spine in alignment, arms down.
Okay.
Pull those elbows up and down. Breathe. Okay. And engage that core, meaning pull your belly button in. Really engage your core. You're
Yeah.
using all these stabilizer muscles to be able to do this move. Okay.
You keep talking about your core.
Right. 4. Good. 3, 2, and 1, and rest. Yes, your core, quickly. Abs, side obliques, back muscles, hips and glutes. Very important. All muscle, all motion originates with your core.
Got it.
Okay?
Okay.
Our last move, we're going to be bicep curls. Okay. So shoulders back and down. Sit up straight. Good posture. Bring those dumbbells up and down. Good. Room for 8. That's 7. Good. This is 6. Breathe, everybody. Nice. 5. Good. 4. Breathe. 3. 2.
1 more.
And 1 more. And 1. Very
Good
nice.
job. Good
Nice pacing on this. Weights down.
That's good.
Okay. Good work on this all-in-one workout. It's really important to cool it down. So we're going to relax our muscles here. So work on the lower body. 1 leg straight out. Toe pointing up. Reach. You don't have to touch your toe, but just reach for it.
Well, I'm
really
glad you said
stretching.
that.
Yes. Stretching out that posterior chain, so your legs up to your glutes here, your hips, okay?
It's good.
Okay, very good. Come on up. Let's do the other side. Other leg straight out. Okay. Reach. Very good. Breathe. Make sure you're breathing here.
Feels good.
Cool it down. Get that heart rate down. Very important to get that heart rate down. Relax. Okay, and come on up. All right, upper body stretch. Arms in a T. Arms straight across the chest. Good. Nice stretch in the upper arm here. Good work. Breathe. And arms in a T. Other arm straight across the chest. Nice work.
A lot of work.
And breathe. And very nice. We're going to end this with 3 inhale and exhales with a clap at the top. Okay, ready? Here we go. Inhale. And exhale. Good. Inhale. And exhale. Very nice. And one more. Clap at the top. Give me the inside out hands. Oh, yeah. And lean to your right.
It's a good one.
Nice. Breathe. And center. And lean to your left. And center. And come on down.
That's good.
Good work. All right.
Good job.
Well, good job.
Thank
Good
you.
job, everybody.
Good job.
Thank you so much for joining us for this 10-minute all-in-one workout. It was super fun to work out with you. Thank you, and keep moving.
See you soon.
Hi, I'm Lorraine Radish, and today we're going to do a 10-minute easy Zumba-inspired routine. All you need are to wear a pair of shoes, comfy clothes, and have a little bit of space in your living room or any part of the house. Also, it's important to have a good attitude of having fun. You can also repeat this on your own afterwards if you use, for example, salsa music or any music that has a beat count of 8, and you should be fine, and you can practice on your own without the video. So now we're going to get started, and simply by inhaling and exhaling, we're keeping our knees very soft. We're just warming up our body, keeping that blood flowing, and having an attitude of gratitude, but also of, as I said, fun. I would like you, now we're rolling our shoulders back, to have just the attitude that you're not learning something, that you're just leaning into something that is going to be fun and that you are going to make your own. So from here, we're going to just roll those shoulders back and speed it up a bit. And smile. And remember, this is fun. It's a little bit of footwork, but it's simple. And if ever you are tired or you feel like you got lost, no big deal. We're just going to walk it out or hip it out in the center right here. Once in a while, I'm going to be recalibrating the beat and counting in 8. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay, now this is the basic move for the hips. You can exaggerate it or you can make it smaller. The whole point is that we are trying to isolate those hips and not move the shoulders. But my husband moves his shoulders all the time and I still dance with him, so that's fine. And from here, we're going to take some little steps to the sides and then we will repeat them and add a little bit more stuff as we go on. So now we're going to go to this side. 5, 6, 7, and take it out. Remember that you make the movements your own. Have fun with it. Move those hips and then forward. We're bringing the body weight forward and back. Forward, I'm stepping into that. Forward. And hips if you want to, then back. Back, smile, 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 and in place. 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to bring the arms. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Do whatever you want with your arms. Make it your own. Where are you from? I'm half Spanish, so I like to incorporate these arms. Now forward. 3 and 4, 5, 6, 7. Make all these movements yours. Backwards. 1, 2, 3, and 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, and 4. If it's making you out of breath, that's always good. Dancing is fun, and it's like an unstructured form of movement. Now we're going to take these steps forward and back in quarter turns. Back, forward, and back, forward, the other way. Bring it in, move that hip to the back and forward. Remember, we're displacing the body weight. We're going to stay, and now we're going to take the quarter turns in one step. 5, 6, 7, 8, and hip, 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 and 5, 6, 7 to the other side, and hip, 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 and 5, 6, 7. Now we're going to add the arms. 5, 6, 7. First we're doing the stepping in, out, or out actually, in, back, out. In, remember to make those arms your own. Forward and back, forward and back, forward and back, forward and back. And adding the arms to the 1, 4, and 5, 6, 7, the other way. 1, 2, if the arms are too confusing right now, leave them out. 6, 7, in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, smile. And now we're going to do movements of 2 in one side, 2 steps, 2 steps. If you want to make it more exaggerated, that's up to you. Stay in place. 5, 6, we're going to add the arms. 1, and 2, 3, and 4, only if you want to. 6, 7, and 8. And stay. 3, 4, 5, 6. Now we're going to go forward and back, rocking from the tip of our toe to the heel. Forward. 2, 3, 4. That's really easy. 5, 6, 7, and stay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Breathe. The other leg. Forward and bring it forward. Back. 3, 4. I have to remember to stay in my little space. 7, and backwards. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Make it yours. The other leg. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Have fun with it. Center. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Good. We're taking it from the top. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Just in ones now. Forward, forward, back, and back. We're adding the arms. Adding the arms. And breathe. Have fun. And back. Smile. And smile. We'll do it again. Side. And forward. Remember that you can rock your hips or not. It's up to you. And stay. 2, 3, 4. We're going to take those quarter turns again. 1, 3, 4, 7, 8, 3, and 4, 5, 6 in the center. 1, 2. You can also lift your arms. 7, 8, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to the other side. And 1, 2. Rock it back. Rock it back. Rock it back. Now the arms in ones. 2, 3, 4, and 5, 6, 7, the other side. These are just little steps. 2, you can take out the arms if you like. but have fun with it. Maybe bring your grandkids and if they're with you at home. Now we're going to wind it down. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. If you'd like to, you can reach and reach and reach and reach. 5, 6, 7, and 8. And back to the beginning. And inhale. I'm still kind of being with the music. Inhale and exhale. And inhale and exhale. Now we're going to relax the arms by bringing one arm across and holding. Just hold, we're not pulling it towards us. The other arm. And breathe, 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 and smile. And inhale. And exhale. I know it's not yoga, but dancing is my kind of yoga too. I hope that you enjoyed this simple, short routine and that you use dance in your life to pump yourself up and feel that you can take on the world. I'm all sweaty. I hope you are too. See you soon.
Oh, that was fun. We got moving on that one. We got people here. You know, it's never done that a small group of people committed to change and change the world. Indeed, it has only been whatever has worked. So when people have the capacity to choose, they change. Pam, who's going to be on our panel tonight?
Well, our next speakers will tell you how AARP volunteers do exactly what you just described, Susan. Latanya Smith will talk about our Speakers Bureau. Andrew Malt will discuss building with our advocacy. And Lynetta McIver and Lori will present information on education and outreach to communities we serve. Take it away, folks.
You're up, Latonya.
Yes, I know. Hello, everyone, and I'm so happy to be here. Can someone confirm that they can actually see my my screen?
I can see you.
Awesome. Can you see the presentation as well?
Yeah, it's going in and out. I don't know what that means. There. Okay.
Can you see
here
it?
we are. Yes.
Okay. So I'm really excited to be here today. And so my charge is to talk about the Speakers Bureau. And so, okay, it's moving on its own. So what is the Speakers Bureau? So the Speakers Bureau consists of our volunteers who have been trained. They deliver presentations and workshops on a variety of topics. And when I say trained, meaning that there's opportunities for you to shadow other volunteers. I will work with volunteers one-on-one to not just learn the information, but to work on your presentation skills. Some of the topics that are available within the Speakers Bureau, or some of the topics that are most requested, include fraud prevention. You guys got a little bit of that today, learning how to spot fraud and scams, and learning how to protect yourselves from financial harm and the con artists. We know that the scams, the fraud is running rampant. And honestly, this is one of our most requested workshops. So we do receive a lot of requests for this particular workshop. And I know you guys can only imagine why after having that really awesome workshop earlier today. 6 Pillars of Brain Health is another workshop that we offer, another presentation that we offer, exploring the different pillars of to keep your brain healthy, how to engage your brain, manage stress, the effects of sleeping and eating right. So this is another presentation that we do receive quite a few requests for. Preparing to care. We all know that one day we know someone or we will be a caregiver at some point. And so this is another great workshop, just helping you to learn how to become a caregiver and preparing and developing that care plan. Retirement planning is another one. Many of us are either we're in retirement or we're approaching this retirement. It's never too early or too late to, get tips to learn how to, start preparing for retirement. And there are disaster preparedness. Of course, we know we live in Louisiana, so hurricanes are a constant threat for us, beginning in June, ending in November. And so we usually try in April to ramp up a lot of our disaster preparedness. And so this is another highly requested workshop. And there are a variety of other topics the Speakers Bureau delivers on. We have the fact tracker, downsizing and decluttering. We know as we get older, we need to maybe minimize some of the things in our homes. We have home fit, Medicare and Social Security, and all of these topics are really great. And again, if this is something that any of you all are interested in, you don't have to be an expert. We will work with you. We have, they are called DIYs. So they make it really easy to learn the material and to present the material. Okay, did my slide just, okay. Okay, here we go. Who can request the presentation? So our presentations are delivered to senior centers, churches, libraries, social clubs. We just recently, we've actually been lately, as we've moved to in-person, we transitioned to in-person, we've been working with the local library. So recently we had a workshop at the Ascension Parish Library. We actually had a workshop at the Goodwood Library here in Baton Rouge. We'll be in Shreveport, the Shreveport Library in November, as well as New Orleans in November. And all of the workshops are free. So that's the good thing about it. Everything that we do is free. So there is no cost to have these workshops. So you asked the question, you're not comfortable speaking in public. So is there anything else that you can do? And the answer is yes. We have a variety of other things for our Speakers Bureau members or team members, volunteers to do. We're always in need of Zoom technical support because, as we know, although we're moving to in-person, we do anticipate there are still members and individuals who are still comfortable on Zoom. And so we're always in need of technical support for our virtual events. And this can be something as simple as monitoring the chat box, helping us to set up the Zoom, sending out invitations or reminders. Also on-site support for events and workshops. You can help come early, help set up the event and leave. You can serve as a greeter in advance of the event and during the event. We're always in need of check-in, helping folks check in, helping them find a seat. Technical support, if we're presenting a workshop at a library or at a community center or anywhere and, there's some type of technical need, setting up the laptop or what have you. We're always in need of that. And then of course, photography, because we always want to capture our events and make sure that, we're posting them on social media and just having a record of our events. Telephone town hall screener. So the Louisiana State Office, we actually have a variety of telephone town halls where it's similar to a radio show where we actually have individuals call in. We usually have an expert and they're able to ask questions live. And a lot of times we will need screeners. And what the screener does is the screener, in advance of the caller being put through the line to ask their question, we'll screen the call to make sure it's a legitimate call. And we're always looking for screeners. It's a really easy, fun, and very informative role. We're always looking for writers. If you love to write, we have a blog, our website, a newsletter. We profile our volunteers. Pam is one of our writers. She does a fabulous job. We're always looking for social media assistance. If you're savvy on social media, Facebook, Twitter, YouTube, we'd love to have you. We'd love for you to help us get information out. If you're out at an event, you can tweet. And actually, to be honest, all of our volunteers are considered, or in my opinion, are social media assistants. Tag AARP Louisiana, and we'll make sure that it posts. So we're all responsible for that, but we can use a little bit of help in that area. And then tabling and sharing resources at our conferences and events. So oftentimes we have events where if we're not speaking, we may be at an event, like for instance, last week we were at the Retired State Employees Association, where in the past we had a speaking role. We actually presented a workshop. This particular time we tabled. And so tabling, you would still be an expert, you would still have resources and information, but it would allow for that one-on-one conversation. And this is another opportunity within the Speakers Bureau. So a picture is worth 1,000 words. And so just to kind of summarize some of the things I talked about, here is Bobby Savoy. He's at he's doing a presentation at the Goodwood Library. You can see I don't have a room shot, the audience shot, but you can see he's doing a digital presentation. And so this would have been a prime example of how we can use a volunteer to help with the tech support. This is Valerie Jackson-Jones. She's presenting, you see the Zoom, I left that up there on purpose, a disaster preparedness workshop, and this is virtual. So she is one of our lead volunteers for our disaster preparedness work, and she actually has a really amazing presentation style. Eileen Kennedy, here's another opportunity within the Speakers Bureau. So she is actually representing us at Channel 9. So she's promoting one of our free shredding events. And so that is another opportunity within the shredding within the Speakers Bureau. You can actually receive some media training. Here's Pam Butler. She is interviewing the Red Cross, the American Red Cross, and she's doing that virtual. And that was a really, really great interview. And it was also regarding disaster preparedness. And here are the Masons, Alfred and Natalie Mason. They are at a conference, and I can't remember if this is the Ascension Parish Health Fair or the Ascension Parish Library. They had a health fair as well, or it's one of our conferences. And this is an example of tabling. So you can see they have the banners in the back. They're in their Fraud Watch Network attire, and they have a plethora of resources and information, and they can have those one-on-one conversations with folks as they visit the table. So a picture's worth 1,000 words, but a testimonial is even better. And so this is a testimony from one of our participants at our recent fraud workshop. And so I just wanted to share this, if I can get it to play. Here we go.
The volume is not coming out very well, Latanya.
And hopefully you guys could hear that. We had a lot going on in the background, but I just had to capture that testimony because he was really excited about the workshop. And I thought it was a great, way to kind of show the impact of our some of the workshops that we have within the Speakers Bureau. And moving to the next slide. So now we had pictures, we had a testimonial from a participant, and so I'd like to, at this time, turn it over to Bobby Savoy, who is our lead Fraud Watch Network volunteer, and he's, of course, our state president, to just kind of talk about his experience in the Speakers Bureau. Bobby?
Thank you, Latanya. Also, I think you did a great job presenting an overview of the Speakers Bureau and all of those things that we're involved in. What I can tell you about the Speakers Bureau is that when I first came on board, even further back than state president in advocacy, we had a few requests for someone from AARP to go and speak to a group. And it was basically about what is AARP and what do we do? And it was mostly some of them. Since then, in fact, LaTanya and I developed the first Speakers Bureau training where we did come in and with a group of volunteers who wanted to be a part of the Speakers Bureau to do presentations. And we trained them in the AARP way, how to set up the room, the tabling, the banners, and what you should and shouldn't do. Some tips like that. And look, you know, people came from all areas of the community, and it was not professional speakers, and not particularly with knowledge about what the subject was, but just a desire to present and share information with the community. So from that initial piece of training the trainers, so to speak, it was also about showing and providing information from the national office, and in fact developing some of our own training materials. The Train the Trainer program that we did in Louisiana was one that we developed ourselves. And so, you know, if you have a desire to present, to help people, this is where you can be helpful to not only the state office, but in the community. We'd love to have you on board. And look, each volunteer that is a lead has a staff partner. My staff partner for the Speakers Bureau is LaTanya. And how can you not get excited about making these presentations when she's as excited as she is? And you can hear that in the presentation that she made. So, you know, it's a win-win. It's a win-win for the state office. It's a win-win for the volunteer and a win-win for the community. And I mean, I could go on and talk to you more about, you know, each different presentation that we do, but, you know, well enough to know that we have information. We can help you if you're interested to present your information and not just going out, you know, cold turkey to do those things. The office and lead volunteers are there to help. Tanya?
Thank you, Bobby. I did all what he said, and that's why I wanted to turn it over, because I believe peer-to-peer is better than me saying it. You know, I'm communications director, but hearing it from a volunteer, you know, it resonates a little bit better. So if anyone is interested, absolutely reach out. We'd love to have you on the Speakers Bureau as we ramp up for 2023. And that's all I have.
And Susan for the warm introduction earlier. And thank you again to the entire Volunteer Summit planning team, all our speakers, and everyone else who has been working so hard to put this together. This has truly been an inspirational day as well as a very informative one. As Pam said at the outset, my name is Andrew Mull, and I'm the Director of Advocacy for AARP Louisiana. I'm located right here in Baton Rouge, just a short walk from the state capitol, where I spend most of my time during the legislative session. One of the constant themes you heard earlier this morning and really throughout the day is about how AARP is frankly unable to do the work that we do without you, the volunteer. And that perhaps is most appropriate and evident in our advocacy work at the legislature and in Congress. Lori is going to talk about our work with our congressional leadership in a few minutes. So I'd like to focus my time on our work with the state legislature here in Baton Rouge. And I'm not going to sugarcoat it. Sometimes convincing our legislature to do the right thing is incredibly challenging, but it's also incredibly fun and rewarding. In fact, some of our greatest successes have been due to many of the people who are part of the Volunteer Summit today. Every member poll or member survey that we've ever done since I've been at AARP has told us two very important things. The first is that the 50-plus population in Louisiana want to live at home as they get older. And the second is that family caregivers need more support for their crucial and unpaid efforts. When we talk about the importance of an affordable healthcare system, sometimes it's easy to forget that this also extends to top quality, long-term care services that are available to people so they can live at home instead of in a nursing home. And that's why one of our biggest focuses over the last 5 or 6 years has been to make it easier and more affordable to live at home as you get older. But that's not the only issue that we are tackling year in and year out. There are several others, including lowering the high prices of prescription drugs, making housing and utility costs more affordable, making transportation safer and more accessible, and protecting the 50 plus from financial exploitation and fraud. But again, we need you to help us. When you advocate for AARP, first of all, we make sure it's a good fit for you. Advocacy can look like many different things. And as LaTanya talked about the different opportunities within the Speakers Bureau, the same holds true with advocacy. It can be as simple as emailing your local lawmaker to tell them your own story and why they should support a proposed piece of legislation. But it can also mean meeting them in their district or even coming to the Capitol to deliver your story in person. Advocacy can also mean many other things. For example, we're always looking for volunteers who are ready to tell their story in the form of a letter to the editor to their local newspaper. This type of advocacy can reach and educate a wider audience and even encourage others to get involved. Our annual Caregiver Day at the Capitol is perhaps our most impactful advocacy activity, which brings together volunteers from each corner of the state to tell their story and deliver a strong message to our legislature, which lets them know that our 50 plus population is engaged, that we're active, and that we're paying attention. You may be wondering why it's so important to have such strong volunteers who advocate on these important priorities. And the reason is really simple, because you are the ones who live in the districts of these individual legislators. You're the ones who know them on a personal level. You see them at the grocery store or at church. And ultimately, you decide whether they stay in office or not. It's really that simple. You may think that our work at the Capitol only happens during the legislative session in the few months in the spring, which is usually March, April, May, and June. But I'm here to tell you the truth is we're hard at work year-round, putting the wheels in motion to improve the quality of life for the 50 plus through changes in law and policy. It's a year-long process that just started, in fact. We've been meeting with our legislators earlier this fall, and we're going to continue to do so all the way up to the beginning of the legislative session coming up in April. But even though the process has already begun, it's never too late to join our volunteer team. In a few moments, I'm going to put my email address and phone number in the chat, and I'll put that information in there so you have it, so you can contact me if you want to get more information. And you may be wondering right now, what are some of the accomplishments that we've had here at AARP? Well, there are several. Did you know that as recently as 2017, there were up to 17,000 individuals across Louisiana who were on a statewide waiting list, in many cases up to 9 years, to receive care so they could live at home. But our advocacy has led to annual increases in state funding that has reduced that 17,000 person waiting list to now less than 5,000 individuals. And the wait time has been cut in half. But 3 to 4 years is still a long time to wait, which is why we won't give up until that wait list is down to 0. In 2017, we passed a law that requires nursing homes to allow residents and their loved ones to virtually communicate to each other via monitoring or camera devices. This is a form of communication that was not required by law before our advocacy. In the past 6 years, we've passed not one, but 2 cost of living increases for retired state employees. We've also been fierce defenders of several potential age discrimination laws, and we've helped to rewrite policies that will put our fragile and vulnerable nursing home residents in much safer hands during times of states of emergency. These are all just small examples of our accomplishments over the past several years. And with your help, we know that there will be many more to come in 2023 and beyond. So I'll say it again. We can't do this work without you. As I mentioned earlier, all you have to do is email me. I'm going to put my information in the chat. You can email me at amuhl@aarp.org, or you can just pick up the phone and call me at 225-276-1941. And I can tell you more about the work that we do, some of the different ways to get involved, and how you can get started. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to hand it off to Lori.
Thank you so much, Andrew. We are so happy that you guys have stuck with us through the afternoon, and I can't wait to tell you more about our federal and local advocacy, as well as outreach, because I do both here at AARP. Our AARP members and volunteers identify and advocate for the needs of older adults and the type of programs, policies, and projects that can meet those needs and improve the lives of older adults and people of all ages. As the Associate State Director of Local and Federal Advocacy, my advocacy team educates and inspires local and congressional elected officials, local leaders, planners, and citizen activists virtually and in person. A lot of our work here on the local level is related to livable communities. This livable community work is centered around providing safe, walkable streets and age-friendly housing and transportation throughout our communities. It also involves providing access to needed services and opportunities for residents of all ages to participate in community life. Here in Baton Rouge, livable communities work looks like engaging with local leaders to increase the number of ADA accessible walkways and crosswalks, relevant signage, and increasing lighting at intersections at local parks that are frequently used by some of our older adults. One of the parks that we've partnered with and assisted in the past is Longfellow Park in North Baton Rouge. Over there, we were able to increase the number of crosswalks that they had, as well as increasing the lighting for their weekly walking club. They absolutely love the work that we were able to do over there. And we love to go by and participate with them and see them use those crosswalks and have all of the area lit up, not only for our older adults, but for the young kids that use that park frequently. Here in Baton Rouge, we have the Baton Rouge Sustainable Transportation Action Committee. This committee is a joint committee with AARP Louisiana and CPEX. It was established in 2012, and the coalition partners with our volunteers and engages our local Baton Rouge elected officials in helping make our Baton Rouge streets more safe and accessible for all travelers. As we know, a lot of our older adults commute via public transportation or walking, and those crosswalk accessibilities, bike lanes, if you are a biker, as well as just access to public transportation and connectivity is huge. So our STAC committee focuses on getting this information to our local leaders of what is needed for our older adults within the Baton Rouge community, as well as New Orleans and in Shreveport. Our volunteers participate in this by going to the city council meetings, by reaching out to them via email, via online blasts on social media, and they advocate for the needs that they want within their community and what they need to see to live a wonderful life as a 50-plus person. The STAC Action Committee put together a citywide, parish-wide ordinance, the Complete Streets policy, and we are pushing this ordinance to have it passed next year so that our Complete Streets campaign can become an actual law that the city and parish has to follow so that our bicyclists and our pedestrians and transit users can operate throughout the city in a safe environment. So as volunteers, we need you guys to assist us by coming in and pushing those local and state leaders to pass this parish ordinance. This parish ordinance is so important, and it will not be done without the help of our volunteers, such as you guys watching. So hopefully you can reach out to us and we can reach out to you and get these local leaders going and pass this ordinance to help make our streets even more safe. As I stated previously, I also deal with federal advocacy. This federal advocacy looks like meeting with congressional leaders. So volunteers are needed throughout the state, not just in New Orleans, not just in Shreveport, not just in Baton Rouge, but all across Louisiana, including our rural areas up in Monroe, as well as our Acadiana areas out in Lake Charles and in Lafayette. Our congressional leaders are the leaders that push at the Capitol in DC, and we need our volunteers to reach out to them and to advocate for the needs that we have right here in the state of Louisiana. Our volunteers meet with congressional members via online platforms as well as in person. And you tell them what it is that you would like to see, because as you guys know, you're the one who experience on a day-to-day basis what's needed in your community. Some of our recent successes on the federal level have been the Inflation Reduction Act, which was passed just in August. The Inflation Reduction Act was signed into law and helped millions of Americans enroll in Medicare and Medicaid and better afford their life-sustaining medications and prescriptions. This bill helped to lower the cost of prescription drug prices, as well as increasing access to long-term care and support for family caregivers. This bill would not have been passed without the help of our volunteers across the nation. We have volunteers in all 50 states as well as our territories, reaching out to their congressional members, pushing for this legislation to be passed, and telling their personal stories about how prescription drug prices affected them and how much it would help to have a bill such as this passed. So if these sort of things interest you, we would love to have you as one of our state volunteers on both the local, state, and federal levels to assist us in advocating for the things that you guys will love to see. I just want to thank you all so much for giving us the opportunity to tell you about our advocacy campaigns and how important you are to these campaigns. As all of us have stated throughout the day, none of our work could be done without our volunteers. You guys are the boots on the ground that we need to push our advocacy campaigns forward, to tell your personal stories, and to really force these local level leaders, state leaders, and congressional members to make the changes that you all want to see. So thank you so much. And in just a moment, I will tell you about some of our outreach and education campaigns. All right. So now myself and my counterpart, Lynetta, are going to talk to you guys about some of our education and outreach. As you know, I do advocacy, but I also work with our members on outreach. Outreach is something that is very important to AARP and to giving our volunteers and our members the experience that you all deserve. Our outreach programs and experiences would not be possible without you guys, because most of it is volunteer led. Um, our volunteers here in Baton Rouge, Shreveport, New Orleans, Lafayette, Monroe will all tell you, as you guys know, how fun it is to volunteer with AARP. Not only do we provide educational and informative programs, but we also have a lot of fun. Our volunteers are able to provide ideas that they would like to see out here within their communities, as well as some of the things that we have been doing throughout the years, such as participating in senior expos within Baton Rouge and in Shreveport. These senior expos take place every year, and this year is the 12th annual Senior Expo taking place in Shreveport during the Louisiana State Fair. We are so excited about this opportunity next week. It is going to take place on October 27th in Shreveport at the Louisiana State Fair.
We will have hundreds of seniors participating, receiving free health screenings, educational seminars, entertainment, and of course, giveaways, tons of giveaways. With events such as this, our volunteer presence is indispensable. There are so many people that come in to these sort of events, and with our volunteers, we are able to serve them, provide them information, and tell them all about the work that AARP is doing while educating them on things such as brain health, Medicare, Medicaid, and things like the Affordable Connectivity Program, which we'll be talking about at our senior health fair in Shreveport next week. Another thing that we do here in Louisiana is our movies for grown-ups. I know we do a lot of educational and informative programs, but Movie for Grown-ups is one of the fun ones. This one is awesome. We host free screenings of movies in Baton Rouge, New Orleans, as well as Shreveport, and we are hoping to expand to some of our areas throughout Louisiana where our volunteers are present. And we have our volunteers come in and assist the attendees in putting on this movie screening, a free movie screening, where we often provide giveaways, free popcorn, free drinks, and we have a good time with older adults such as yourselves and me. And we allow you guys to come in and have a good time with movies that are relatable to you. Movies for Grown-ups is one of the programs that our volunteers absolutely love. We had a few last week and they were so widely attended. It was absolutely amazing. It's one of my favorites, and I hope that you're able to join our Movie for Grown-ups volunteer teams and assist us with putting them on in the future, because it's something that people always look forward to. We, as I said, need you guys to share your thoughts on what you would like to see within your communities by giving us the insight of the programming and the opportunities that you all would like to see. It allows us to truly cater to the wants and needs of our volunteers, people your age, and those from within your community. So please feel free to reach out to me or my counterpart, Lynetta. She's in the New Orleans area. And we would love to hear from you and know what you guys want to see from us and see from AARP Louisiana. You can reach me at lelucas@aarp.org, and I'll put that information in the chat. I hope to hear from you guys soon.
Thank you so much for those comments, Lori, and you really, really set the stage. So hello, everybody. I probably know most of you all since I've been around a while, but I'm so happy to be here. We're going back to in person. So I have one question to ask you. Are you ready to start rolling? I mean, really rolling, because you know those in-person schedules can be very intense. First of all, I'd like to thank all who joined our Greater New Orleans in-person volunteer meetings during the time that we were inside during COVID. It was a great opportunity to connect, and we're going to continue those virtual meetings on the fourth Friday of each month. Don't forget that we won't have a meeting next month. For those who are interested in joining, you can join the list by emailing me, lmcIver@aarp.org. That's the fourth Friday of each month. And we start that meeting at 10:30 and we end promptly at 11:30. It's an hour-long meeting, a great opportunity to connect with other volunteers. Now we have a few events remaining throughout the year. The first one is our annual Caregivers Retreat. It will be held in person and virtually on Tuesday, November 8th. We gained a huge virtual audience during COVID, and we do not want to let that audience go. But for those who are local and would like to attend in person, it will also be held at the Tea Room on Tuesday, November the 8th, 10 to 2 p.m. We're also, like Lori mentioned, hosting movie for grown-up screenings, and I'm happy to report that we're back to hosting our day movies, which will next month will be held on November 14th at the Prytania Theater Uptown. We'll also be activating in person, I just love saying that word, at the Bayou Classic on Saturday, November 26th. It is supposed to be a really big deal because this is the first time the Bayou Classic will be back in full effect. And of course, we will show up where no one expects us to show up at that event. And believe it or not, for those who have volunteered before, we've had a great time. And we have the table with the most participants and the longest lines. You'll never believe it until you see it. So for those who would like to volunteer, please let me know that you would like to volunteer, and I will be sure to remain in communication with you about that. Before the end of the year, another virtual opportunity that has been very successful for us, and it allows volunteers to participate. We're activating our Best Seat in the House. The Best Seat in the House is a virtual tailgate that you can join virtually for the New Orleans Saints. Right now, we're deciding on the team in which we will invite one of the former Saints players to be our guest along with an interviewer. And it's very interactive. It's so much fun. And if you're selected for the best seat in the house, you will receive a tailgate party pack delivered to your home. It's going to either be pizza, wings, or whatever. We haven't decided yet. It depends on where you live. So we're still in the stages of planning, but keep that in mind. We love to offer these opportunities to volunteers first before we talk to anyone else. And that event is held in December. I know Lori mentioned a lot of things that you can engage in right now. We love to keep you active. Don't forget, for those who are in the New Orleans area, we have our Community Resource Center, in which we need volunteers to work with us on a daily basis at the Community Resource Center. We also need volunteers to help us cover. We're invited to so many festivals and community events that we love our volunteers to join us for these tabling opportunities. In 2023, you're going to look forward to, and we want volunteers in the area to join and to lead. We having book club meetings, line dance parties. I'm also in the process of making sure we have an official Toastmasters club in which you can join. So stay tuned for all of these great things to start happening in 2023. We need your assistance with our regular programming, such as AARP One-on-One Plus Fun, Prepare to Care, Finances 50 Plus, and we're reactivating the Veterans History Project, in which you'll have an opportunity to interview a veteran about his service. And that recording will be placed in the Library of Congress. So many things you can do, so many activities. You can never say you don't have anything to do, because we always have things for you. You know by now how we value you, you know we love you, and we just look forward to working with you always, all days, and all times. Thank you, everyone.
Well, I want to thank the panel for there's so many opportunities at all levels and in all areas. And Lynetta is right, there's something for everyone there. So make your choice and make 2 or 3 choices, and you're going to really enjoy having a good time as well as doing something really worthwhile. Well, you know, I guess it's getting time to maybe turn this over. First of all, I want to say that we have seen during this session how AARP volunteers define their own individual ambition and progress, and they give their time and diversity and persistence to answer the urgent question proposed by Martin Luther King Jr. What are you doing for others? And there's a lot. Pam?
Our goal is to work toward a world where expectations are defined by our personal passion, talents, and interests, not by labels and stereotypes that hold us back.
You know, coming together is a beginning, keeping together is progress, but working together is success. It is as simple as being clear, authentic, having boundaries, doing what matters to you, and knowing what you value.
And if everyone's moving forward together, success takes care of itself.
We invite all of you to be part of that success. Okay, is it time for you, Denise, to take over?
It's time for me. Thank you so much, Pam and Susan and everyone for staying with us this entire 4 hours. I've learned a lot. I know you have learned a lot. And so I just can't thank you enough for doing all that you do. We have one Menti question here. What volunteer activities would you like to learn more about? So make sure you get your smartphone out, go on the code and see if you can answer that question. Fraud. You know, fraud is always a big one. You can never know enough about that because they're so creative. Anybody else? But tax aid. It's almost that time again. Can you believe? January 1st will be here before we know it. Tabling. And for those of you who haven't tabled before, when we get invited to our community partners events, they ask us to put up a table. So we always need volunteers to do that. All right, on a scale of 1 to 10, how valuable is this summit to your work as a volunteer? So if you all could use the code on Menti and start submitting your answers. Is it working? I'm gonna see if I could put it in here. Let's see. I'm gonna say 10. Let's see if it gets in there. Oh, maybe it didn't work. Do you feel your expectations for the summit were met? That's an easy one. Just yes or no. I'm thinking maybe Menti is not working. The presenters knew the material well. Yes, the presentations were clear and well organized. Questions were welcomed and addressed. So this was a high quality virtual summit. Either yes or no. Or I guess you could put kind of in between, maybe a mediocre. This is our first time doing it, so we might be in person next year. All right, and that was the end of Menti. So we appreciate all the feedback that you've given us all along the way for today. We will certainly review that and put it to work as we plan next year's Volunteer Summit. For those of you who are still joining us, hot off the press, we have a new volunteer appreciation event that we want to tell you about right now, but you will be getting an invitation, so get out your pen and paper because we're having it December 6th, 10 o'clock in New Orleans at Jam NOLA. So it'll be a special event exclusively for you, our volunteers, and it's going to be Celebrate Aging with joy, art, and music to kick off the holidays. So we can't wait to share more information about you with you later on. Put that date on your calendar and make sure you get to join us December 6th. There it is, Jam NOLA, 10 o'clock, to appreciate you and all that you've meant to us throughout the years. So thank you all so much for joining us, and we look forward to seeing you soon. Bye-bye.